Morning, dear colleagues. I think somebody will be late, so they will join us. So welcome on the second day of our symposium of the conference. I hope you have been enjoying it so far. And you see, even Lithuanian weather is improvising, so everything follows the rules of improvisation. So let's keep the spirit, and let me introduce the second keynote speaker, Henrik Frisk from Stockholm. And please, the floor is yours. You have 1 hour, maybe 45 or 50 minutes, and then the questions.
Yes.
So welcome.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming, and thank you for inviting me to this, I think, important event and conference. Can we get the slides? Really important, I think, event in furthering the study of improvisation and the understanding of what it can be and what it is, of course. Can you all hear me? Is it okay? Yeah. I'm sorry I missed the day yesterday, so there may be some things here that I'm bringing up that was discussed yesterday, and yeah, sorry about that. But then maybe we can, hopefully, we can have a discussion at the end. And please enlighten me if there were some important topics that I missed yesterday. So the topic of this talk is on the self and ethics and musical improvisation. This is already quite loaded, and it's not going to be that heavy, I hope. But it has to do with some things that I've been working on for quite a long time, ever since I started working in artistic research about 20 years ago. These were topics that I was interested in and have developed over the years. As a matter of fact, over the last 10 years, I've not worked so much with them, and I'm just revisiting them now. So I'm really actually glad to have this opportunity to share these thoughts with you. And the subtitle, What Can We Learn?, is really geared towards a bit of a frustration that I have, that there are obvious things that we learn from artistic research in terms of furthering the field, so that we get better. There's knowledge shared among improvisers, for example, among musicians in artistic research. But exactly what kind of knowledge, which I think is perhaps as important, if not maybe even more important, is what is the knowledge that can come out of artistic practice that is of use outside the field of artistic practices. And as I said, I have a bit of a frustration there, but I have some thoughts that I will share on that topic too. Let me see, did I skip on something? I have another computer here, and I just need to figure out I'm on the right. Yes. So just a brief introduction that I feel there's always been a little bit of an anxiety about the validity of improvisation that I think stems from a lot of different things. One obvious is that we still see improvisation as the rebel, as the norm being notated music, and improvisation is the rebel that rebels against this. And it really should be the norm, not the fringe alternative, since it's the most natural way of playing music. Everyone starts improvising, and then perhaps some move into playing notated musician. This is, to a large extent, structurally enforced, because there's so much of the funding in the West, at least, that goes into non-improvised music. So this feeling, this feeling of being the alternative is actually structurally enforced by society. But this is something I think we have to be a little bit careful about and you know, embrace the fact that this is the natural way of making music. One can also be a little bit critical towards the discussion, I think, on improvisation that has had the tendency to exclude many non-Western types of improvised music. So that often when we talk about improvisation, what we really talk about is free improv or jazz improvisation, and not so much maybe Vietnamese music improvisation, which is extremely different from the way we think about it. This has become much better over the years, and I can just point to two references here. It was this Kamoche Pina, it's a nice paper. I'll actually come back to that later in the presentation about the appropriation of improvisation. And in 2013, I, with my colleague Stefan Östersjö, did a conference, Rethinking Improvisation, where we made an effort of trying to invite people from as many different types of improvisation, fields of improvisation as possible. And it was really fascinating, and many of them commented on this, that this was the first time that we had this joint discussion of what improvisation can be. Of course, it gets extremely difficult, as I said. I mean, improvisation is thought of extremely differently in different cultures, but nevertheless. And this all, I think, points to the fact that improvisation as a stylistic delimiter is extremely problematic. Like improvised music, I think, is a problematic definition of a style of music, because it bypasses a lot of important things. So I'll be going through 4 themes, and these have names that, like, method is both thinking of improvisation as a method, but it's also the method that I'm trying to use for this project that I'm engaging in. Ethics is about, you know, the ways that we can think about ethical, what kind of ethics can come out of artistic practices. Play, which I think is an extremely important aspect of both improvisation and ethics, and by play I mean I'm going to get into that in a minute. So, and then the fourth is then knowledge, as I've already introduced. So method, well, the practice of improvisation as a method with which different values, moral values, can be proposed. There will be, I think, an interesting paper right after this, speaking of improvisation as a method. I'm looking forward to that. But so this is, you know, thinking of how improvisation can be used to understand how I treat the other in the act of an improvisation. And when I learn more about that, I can think about how that affects how I meet and treat other people outside the field of improvisation. This is just a brief now introduction of the concepts that I'm talking about. Ethics, then, the practice of improvisation, I think, reveals a certain possibility for ethics, which is really unique to this particular practice. And the focus here is on what happens, not how to make it happen. So it's not ethics in the terms that we should play it like this, but when we play, what happens. Play, of course, a really sort of strange word to have in this context, but what I mean play, or free play, the activity that is not bound to a particular concept. So deriving from a Kantian free play, like the appreciation of something that is not structured by a predisposition through concepts of that thing. It's not, I understand a chair because I know what a chair is, so then I hear the word chair, I can understand chair, but the free association that is not bound to concepts, which I think is one of the central tenets of improvisational practices. And the last one is then knowledge. So whether musical practice can give rise to knowledge outside of its own field. And early on, at least in Scandinavia, in artistic research, there was this phrasing that was used, that artistic research is a research where the art object is both the result and the method. And this is something I would like to object a little bit against, then, that it's not the art object as knowledge that I'm interested in, but the doing of art that contains the possibility for knowledge. So, I'm not going to go through these four, so I'm sorry for the repetition, but I'm doing it for pedagogical reasons. So now we're back at method again, where we started. So control or giving up the control. I think this is then a central idea in improvisation, is this idea of finding rather than creating. I mean, you find it in Cage, you find it in Gavin Bryars, and you find it in Keith Rowe. So the way, especially free improvisation and new music has developed, there has been a focus on the finding aspect rather than the creating aspect. I think these are problematic metaphors, right? That it's very rarely one or the other, but they are useful methodological tools. And in my thesis here, which is old now, it's from 2008, I had devised these themes. I was working on interaction then, and interaction in various kinds in improvisation with various things, among technology was one. But I had these these phrases that I said, interaction as control or interaction as difference. And it just occurred to me recently that when I revisit that, I think these are perhaps useful metaphors, especially when interaction as difference. So interaction as control would be something like flipping a switch, then the light goes on. So if you flip the switch and the light doesn't go on, it's just the flip is wrong and the interaction failed. So that's a control. There's a control aspect to this. I want to control what happens when I engage in the interaction. Interaction as difference would then rather be like, I engage in interaction in this situation to induce difference. And I was then leaning a little bit on Gregory Bateson has this wonderful phrasing, I think, the difference that makes a difference. In like a cybernetic system, you induce difference, that happens all the time, but there's a difference between difference that makes a difference and just difference. So those, I think, can be really useful here in this study of improvisation, especially then the thing that I'm interested in here, the aspect of ethics. So for various reasons, I got interested in Foucault, and I should say right here that I'm nowhere close to a Foucault scholar. So I'm using this rather like we often do in artistic research. We can pick theory and we can use it quite maybe not as respectfully as a philosopher would have wanted it to be handled. But I think it's okay. The reason I stumbled upon this is a really strange paper by Tresh and Dolan on organology, quite a different topic, but where they were discussing the ethics of instruments, like that instruments had ethics, which is a really weird thought, and I spent a lot of time on that. But nevertheless, that's the reason I got into this, to try into Foucault, and I find this really useful. So I'm just going to go through some of this briefly. He has this idea, this notion of the practices of freedom. So it's a method in the particular development between self and others is at the core. So that's really the main aspect of this. This is mainly all taken from the History of Sexuality, Volume 3, by the way. So inspired by this Foucault's notion of the care of the self, and this is the central concept that I'll be coming back to, a self that is rooted in practices of freedom. So freedom is, he claims then, the ontological condition of ethics. And this is not just him. I mean, Simone de Beauvoir has the same thing, that without freedom, or Jean-Paul Sartre, without freedom, there cannot be ethics. If you don't have the free will, if you don't have the freedom to choice, there's no point in discussing ethics at all. So freedom is the ontological condition of ethics. But this, and this is where it gets interesting, but ethics is the considered form that freedom takes when it is informed by reflection. So this is really close to the kind of reflection that we talk about in artistic research. This is a feedback loop, right? You need to be free in order to have ethics. But then you get ethics through freedom, and that becomes the considered form that freedom takes when you inform it with reflection. And so that, I think, was really inspiring to find that, and I was inspired to go forward with this. So as a summary of this, then, we can say that as long as I care about the relation between myself and the other, I think it should be as long as I care of the relation. This is tricky. Sorry, there's probably some English-speaking people here that can correct this. As long as I care about the relation between myself and the other and the larger context, I can be free to follow my artistic and ethically informed intentions, which will then enforce my freedom. And this is interesting, and this is good, right? Because in improvisation and in artistic practices, we want to be free. Now, the care of the self as practice, the care of the self sounds like at surface level, it sounds really like these kinds of self-help or self-improvement that the internet is flooded with, especially like the one saying no, but putting yourself first and like this. But it's not at all that. Probably this wasn't invented at the time, I don't know. This is quite late. So the care of the self is not about a solipsistic activity. It's not I care about myself and nothing else. No, what he says is that when you care of the body, if you only care about the body, that's not to care of the self. The self is not clothing, tools, or possessions. It is to be found in the principle that uses these tools, a principle not of the body, but of the soul. And continuing, you have to worry about your soul. That is the principal activity for caring for yourself. The care of the self is the care of the activity and not the care of the soul as substance. He was extremely influenced by Greek philosophers here. So this is a lot of this comes from there. It's not really new. But if you just take the second part of this quote that I have here, and now we substitute soul with improvisation, you have to worry about your improvisation. That is the principal activity for caring for yourself. The care of the self is the care of the activity and not the care of the improvisation as substance. So then that's actually, a little bit points towards what I was saying before, that it's not the result, it's not the art object that is the interesting thing here, is the getting to the art object. So the principle that uses the tools of artistic practice is, in essence, the aesthetics of the creative act, the practice itself. So just a final note on the care of the self here, focus on the world around me. I think what this points to is that connections exist, matter, and need to be good and respectful. They point towards a developed sense of ethics, that a developed sense of ethics comes from a deep understanding of the relations I'm engaged in. And here I would like to just point briefly that I'm not just talking to relations with other humans, but relations to instruments and to context and to knowledge and to etc. And that this maybe paves the way for an artistic knowledge claim, that through these connections, knowledge may be developed. And this is, I think, the point that I will try to pursue here, that it's through these connections that are developed in the practice that knowledge can be explored and also be used outside of the context of this practice. Just get a little bit of water and check the time. So now ethics. My motivation for this is partly, another growing frustration. I speak a lot about frustration, but I am frustrated sometimes. A frustration about the situation of the world, right? In Western society right now, most questions are, and questions and relations are entangled with the economy. Economy is at the core of most everything. And everything then just sort of it boils down to this question. So the power relations between the arts and these control structures of capitalism are, and this is really an understatement, they're really unequal, right? We're just, if there's an inequality between improvised musics and Western classical music, the inequality between the field of the arts and the larger economy is just ridiculous. So the possibility for interpretations of moral questions, I think, is shrinking because of that. And in only a little more than a decade, the panoptic control structures of social media that we've seen have become second nature, and they, the understanding of ethics they offer is both normative and completely irrational. So this, I feel there's a great need. Here is where the arts, and I think in particular music and extra in particular improvisation, has there's a void to be filled here. There's a necessity for another view of relational ethics and moral values. The interesting thing about music and ethics is that they are completely, they both lack clear definitions, right? Yet they are incredibly important to most people. I would say that almost everyone thinks about some ethical question and some kind of music almost every day, which is really, fascinating when you think about it. Ethics and artistic practice, that is, the moral values that are expressed through artistic practices and music, may complement traditional views on ethics. So here's another knowledge claim that I'm making, that we can develop an ethics through artistic practices, and that can inform ethics in sort of, I was about to say the real world, but the other world. So I have a couple of examples of this that comes from some old publications and studies that I did 10 years ago, where social and musical ethics are in conflict. One is from this publication, The Improvisation and the Self, To Listen to the Other. And that particular event I described was a rehearsal. I was the composer, and I was rehearsing with these musicians, and I was extremely aware of the unbalanced sort of power relations in that situation. The musicians were women. We didn't speak the same language. They were from another country, and that made me really sort of hesitant to I mean, I was trying to be a good person. I was trying to sort of equal out these power relations in various ways, and the whole rehearsal was a complete failure. And later, we had a discussion about that, and it turned out that they were really confused that I wasn't just saying what I wanted. Like, in other words, why was I being so hesitant? Why wasn't I just doing what needed to be done? So that's a simple, but I think quite informative example where, and I would claim that the way I was behaving was correct from a certain point of view. From a social ethics, that was the correct way to do it. But from a musical or artistic practice, it just didn't work. So there was a need for there's a possibility for another kind of ethics, another kind of relation. And that understanding the one or the other can be really tricky. Another example I have is that what I call acting upon the freedom given by the situation from another publication was a situation where I was on tour playing with the band, and the band wasn't working. There was social tensions, there was a lot of things, and the music wasn't working. We were trying to do different things. And by the time we came to this particular concert, I was just really frustrated again, and I just really didn't know what to do. And what happened, and this is an analysis in retrospect, but I grasped the freedom that I had in the situation of doing something completely different. And I played not at all what we had decided to play together. I played something completely different, and I felt morally I decided that was the right thing to do, and I think it was the right thing to do in hindsight. But looking at it from the outside, you could say that I was being really rude to both audiences and fellow musicians. But so those are the kinds of sort of situations that I'm interested in knowing or in learning more about, and that I will use now and try to, and also gather more examples like that. Play, then, I think, is also central in this topic. So the ethics of artistic practice is described here as a form for play. If you don't engage in that kind of play, it's difficult to explore ethics in the way that I'm discussing it here. The artistic practice enables new ethical perspectives through this play, and the play is for the sake of playing, and the byproduct is knowledge and the discovery of the meaning of concepts outside of the play. Now, I'm going to just try to go back a step here, because this is what's important here too, is that what play is the opposite of capitalism in a sense, because play is the play of just doing something with no particular reason for doing it. So there's no transaction involved here. It's not, I don't play in order to get something. That doesn't mean that you can't play and get a fee for it. That's not what I mean. But I think you understand what I'm saying. So in that sense, there are things that can happen in that free play that can never happen in the kind of transactional world of capitalism, because there are certain there are certain associations that are engaged, that are being engaged just because you are in this the situation of freedom and free play. So in that sense, play is the antidote of capitalist consumption, which is always transactional, because the former creates freedom. Going back to what Foucault said, right? Freedom creates ethics, creates freedom. The former creates freedom, and the latter just consumes it. So that's why it's important to try to keep a sort of boundary between these, not to be consumed by capitalism, which we are anyway. So. I think that one of the best and nicest definitions of free play, Susanne Langer, she's a musicologist and philosopher from the mid-20th century. She wrote a lot about this, but she has this quote here: "Uncritical fusion of impressions that exercise the powers of symbolic transformation." Now, she was a structuralist, so the symbolic transformation should be understood as the redefinitions of signs and signifiers and signifieds and the way we understand things. So it's really the expansion of understanding. Now, judgments such as right and wrong are completely useless to employ in music, as we know. So there needs to be some kind of framework if we want to do it. And they're equally difficult to determine in ethics. And people have discussed this in like 6,000 years. So in both these cases, there's a need for a framework through which the judgments can be applied. And usually in music or arts, it's a stylistic delimiter. I mean, so we know if it's someone plays bebop and they start playing wrong notes, we know it's just bad. But if we remove the framework of bebop, then it could actually be really cool. So there will always be that. It's really, really difficult to talk about free improvisation, for example, that doesn't have a framework, at least in this context that I'm talking about. I mean, this is a huge discussion that is not always. So artistic practice, I argue, developed through the care of the self, is proposed as such framework. And the interactions then, as I said before, are the primary interest. It is the interactions that are made possible by engaging in an artistically driven play with the objects, a free play with no particular meaning. This is often compared by the child's play, right, with like psychologists like Piaget and such has spent a lot of time on this, like the play with no particular meaning. So in this free play, I can engage with certain questions in a way that would otherwise not have been possible. And improvisation is the method that allows me to do this. So finally then on knowledge, and I'll wrap this up a little bit. I think there have been many attempts to draw wide-ranging conclusions on the knowledge of the possible knowledge gained by artistic practice and improvisation. And I'm just going to list a few. I'm not sure if this is, but there are many. But this one, creativity, knowledge, and power, in the case of writing classical music, I think is interesting. Improvisation in teaching has been a big topic. And the knowledge-based and contextual factors associated with research and development teams is a huge topic, improvisation and organizational skills and that kind of developments. There's a lot of papers, probably not very related to what the work that we're trying to do, perhaps. And then this Cambochet and Pina that I mentioned before, improvisation and knowledge, the challenge of appropriation is interesting. But then in knowledge, I think, so one of the things, as I said before, the thing that I think is the networks that is interesting and the connections in these networks, that the various parts of the systems are interrogated in a playful manner, that the networks are like, and also critically engaged with what is the network between myself and my instrument, for example. The moral values that are expressed through artistic practices in music specifically than improvisation may complement traditional views on ethics. So if we go back to this, I mean, there are, go back to this example that I said from my own practice, where the social and musical sort of expectations of the situation were different. There are hundreds of examples, especially from jazz, about how, like, not the least Miles Davis being a really nasty on stage to his musicians. It's something that he argued he would do, and that would make the music better. So that's a question one may ask, like, so is that okay then? Maybe it's okay to be a jerk in music, in order, if only that improves the result. Now, this is an important question to ask. I mean, I'm not sure it is, but there, and it's not improvisation. It's not. I mean, there's in classical music there are hundreds of those as well, like conductors especially. But so maybe then understanding these situations, understanding why these people are nasty, or whether or not they should be nasty, that could really be interesting way to complement our traditional views on ethics and what it is to be a good person. And this is all rooted in a relational ontology, and I really should have taken that out because I don't want to go there. So let's just move on. Central question then. How thinking about improvisation in this way allow me to understand the ways I may approach the other in and through this practice? So in this studies that I will do now, I will attempt to devise a method with which I can understand and explore these processes from the inside of the practice. And this is the classic challenge in artistic research, how we can actually have a method that makes us understand things from the inside of the practice. Well aware of the potential limitations in scope that this will carry, because I will be working with and on myself in an with ethnographic methods. So this, we basically already said that improvisation is a method with which musical and human relations can be explored, and with which new music can be found and created. Now I say, because I, again, trying to deconstruct this dichotomy between finding and creating. And the knowledge claim lies in the connections between the various agents involved in this practice. So, as a summary, improvisation, I believe, is a good method for investigating this ethics of practice. And it can provide us access to important knowledge about relations through relations. And this knowledge transcends biographical information. I mean, it's not because it's not what I know about the other. It's not that's not what this is about. It's about what happens in the moment of happening and how those relations develop in that situation. So the knowledge claim, I argue, is in the way the various parts of the system is organized and how we can understand the way they are organized. It is through the practice that the knowledge is revealed. This is another problem in the knowledge claim, because how can we then move outside of the practice and still communicate this knowledge? And it is through new connections that it is conveyed. It is the way that the network grows and shows it is in the way that the network grows that this epistemological potential exists, I believe. And I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henrik, for bringing up this really important issue. I believe that we consider too little the issue of ethics in our artistic and research practice. So I know there are questions, so who wants to be first?
Thank you. Very interesting, very helpful summary and overview. And I just was interested in the academic responsibility to document and to kind of write about these moments of discovery, these relations, and just what your thoughts are about that, because I absolutely accept that, yeah, the knowledge happens, the relations happen, and the ethics of that is vital. But then how do you deal with the responsibility to try and write about it or capture it somehow through documentation, which is perhaps the harder edge? I'm a theatre professor, so I'm speaking from a discipline which has struggled with film documentation, perhaps with musical notation. There's a more established protocols, but I'm just interested in what your thoughts are about the step that comes after the event. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you for that question. This is actually something I pulled out of this presentation because it got to be too long. I completely agree with you, and it should have come after this bullet point, because I argue that there's absolutely no problem whatsoever, and even though the knowledge is revealed in the practice, there's absolutely no problem in writing down what happened, and in a written documentation like that, in the form of a paper or a publication, can provide knowledge and feed into another similar process. So there's been an unnecessary, I think, fear of documentation in this field and there's always been, pulled up like there's a dichotomy again between like writing and doing. But writing is just another practice. So the only thing you're doing is you're transposing one thing into another, one practice into another practice, and then someone else with the correct knowledge can, and the correct, inside knowledge and prior knowledge can transform that or transpose that from the paper and into another practice. I think that's absolutely possible. This is, however, where we need to develop as a field. We need to get better at that. We need to get better at communicating. There are a lot of other research fields that do these, where the practice, where the knowledge happens in the practice. I mean, you could argue that in a particle accelerator at CERN, the knowledge happens in the accelerator, but they're really, really good at writing down what happens so that they can spread that knowledge throughout the world. But then, of course, there are other ways of documenting through video, and there are all these intermediary forms where I've been working quite a lot with stimulated recall, so that we film something, document something on video, and then we do the deduction of the video in a sort of structural manner, and then we write that down. And then you have these like layers of documentation, and I'm hesitant to say deductive, but it is kind of deductive, and so through which it's, I think, even easier then for someone else to approach that and get through that knowledge. But this is exactly the point, I think. This is what we need to think harder about how to do these things. Also, to, as I said, move outside our own fields. Yeah, so thank you for that question.
No, thank you. That's really good to hear. I mean, I think for years in my discipline of theatre, we read lots of articles about performances which we've never seen, but somehow that's accepted as the norm, that these productions, because they exist in historical form, or, they can be seen somewhere in the world, we accept that. But actually, they're as invisible to the reader as these moments of practice that we might be reading about that related to artistic research or practice research. I think it's just there's a different kind of status that's given. As you said at the beginning, when I talked yesterday, I started with the issue of funding, and I was congratulating Ramunė and the team on getting some funding for looking at the topic of improvisation, which is so elusive sometimes. It is difficult for it to fit into funding, and it's the same with academic research about performance, which
Yeah.
I think it's changing, it's evolved, and it's these kinds of things you're talking about are much more accepted, but sometimes you feel it's still a bit of a battle, but thank you, I'm glad you're making a strong contribution to this battle.
Well, thank you. But and just to follow up there, I think, you know, maybe we also need to be better about writing about performances in order, because, I mean, text is, after all, a very efficient way to communicate things, and maybe we're not doing it right. After all, a documentation is a documentation. I mean, it's easy to make the mistake that a video recording of a concert is better than a textual description of a concert. I mean, it's still a reduction in absurd. Like there's nothing that can compare it to be in a concert. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think the kinds of things I'm looking at resonate a lot with what you're saying, but it's really good to hear it in certain terms, and it's making me think about how to move forward. So thank you. I wanted to come back to this idea of the object in improvisation, because there's a lot of focus in what you're saying on the doing, which I think is right. But I guess the question is around what you think the role of the object is for the improvisers in guiding the interactions. So many improvisers, well, I know there's a lot of different opinions around this, and I know some people who have stopped improvising in public because they feel that is not the point. And it's maybe too transactional, but there are a hell of a lot of improvisers who play publicly, who are involved in some sort of transaction in that process, and who talk about being in service to the music, who talk about what the music needs, thinking about that as an overall object, as an overall product, you might say, and how that consideration will guide their decision making in the moment. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that.
Well, first of all, I have nothing against looking at the object. I just wanted to make a point that I will be not looking at the object, but rather because I think there's been in artistic research in general, there's been a focus on the object rather than the process. But I agree with you. There's a bit of a I hear what you're saying, and I think the object. I think every aspect is important. So the main, if you look at it from the transactional point of view, I mean, of course, this can be a problem if like the object influences or the hopes for the object influences what you do in a way that's not productive in the practice. But as long as knowledge is shared about what the intentions are throughout, and that there's a reflection upon the problems and necessities, but the object in improvised music is really elusive, isn't it? It's like because it's really, I mean, is there well, you can say that the object is a concept, but that's not really stable. But it is a recording. But then, what part of that recording is the object really? It's funny how many musicians in free improvisation, this is just a free reflection, I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic, but have spent so much time. I have many friends who have spent, I mean, they record so much. It's unbelievable. They're the most, I mean, I know of no other musicians who record as much as these. And that's always, I always wondered about that, why that is. If it is like a feeling of a need to document what you do because it is elusive, because the practice is elusive, or sort of, I don't know. But actually, the tension between those, between sort of practice and object in improvisation would be super interesting to explore more. I'm not aware that, I haven't read anything, I'm not aware of anyone done that. Maybe you are. I've studied that.
This idea, I mean, personally, I don't I kind of see it can be a really positive thing.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about the problems around that, but I actually think, thinking about the overall, what we're trying to produce overall can be one of the most beneficial things to guiding people to kind of know what they want to do. No, I mean, one person, there's Floris Schwilling. I don't know if you know him. I think he's I forget actually where he is, but he's written a lot about the ICP orchestra, and then I saw a paper that he presented at Philosophy of Music conference in London a couple of years ago, and it was around this idea of of like what this thing is.
Yeah.
A lot of improvisers will talk about, producing something. Yeah. But it's not a composition. No. It's ephemeral, but we can record it. So what is it, and how does it guide us? So maybe he's written, I haven't actually read then what he's written about that. I just saw that conference paper. So maybe he's done something.
No, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, my main critique, and this sounds, I mean, I may be overly, I think this is difficult, but my main critique against it is against the, like there's so much that has a focus on, like making improvisations into compositions, for example, I don't think there was any reason for that other than economic, right? It was to get performance rights out of, and there's always the risk that the same happens with physical recordings or CDs, and maybe it's necessary in order to balance this inequality that I was talking about, but I think we need to do it for the right reasons. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, and that it doesn't. But it's nevertheless, it's super interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we could continue this very important discussion during our the final panel discussion, because there are a lot of other topics to be discussed, for instance, as the limits of improvisation and the outcomes and again the issue of ethics and the responsibility of the artist and researcher. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we are going to try out the improvised format of the presentation.
Yes, I'll try it. Tai čia girdėsis nuo stalo mikrofo. Nebūtina, jeigu mes visi taip aplinkiai. Nors tau gal geriau turėtume, nes, kad tikrai geras garsas. Okay. One moment, I have to make sure that the presentation works. Let me escape from Henrik's presentation. Open ours. Yeah, I guess it works. Yeah. Okay. So, who will start? Okay, I can start. This improvisation, although is about research, and it's a presentation, not only improvisation, we thought that we will try to use like discussion method, improvised discussion method, where we put some slides there, you know, like for each other, and we will try to kind of provoke each other to comment on things around. So we can start with the fact that Ramunė is, well, artistic researcher and theater researcher and scientific researcher as well. Also our vice rector for science and art, and Agnė is a researcher from humanitarian sciences, right? Like psychology, social sciences. Sorry, I cannot keep on mixing up. And I'm for sure also researching all the time as a composer, although what I research usually results not in text, however in sounds, at least for now. When I will get rid of some administrational capacities, probably I will try to start writing something in text, maybe, or when I get to pension, you know, but at least I'm happy that I have some time to write the scores. And, you know, information, improvisation. Nowadays we have all this AI stuff. For example, here you can see the AI-generated imagery, how this, let's say, collective subconscious model of Midjourney interprets the improvisation in and through of performing arts, right?
Yes.
So,
if I could add something to what Mantautas has said about, so we tried to bring up together our different perspectives, because I'm representing theater studies, Agnė is representing psychology, and Mantautas, he is a composer and artist researcher. So we tried to find a common background and to put together our existing outcomes of our research, and also to establish some impulses for our future collaboration. So that's the very stepping point for our new project, and actually we had a really great time together trying to find this common ground, and it was really very funny when we asked AI to generate images about improvisation, and you can see, and the dominant emotion in there is probably ecstasy. So it's probably the general imagination about improvisation, what it is about.
It's kind of stereotypical, right? But
yeah,
anyway.
Something like that.
So now let's maybe start talking from improvisation and performing arts, right?
Yes, I'm not going to talk a lot about improvisation and performing arts, because it has been extensively researched, and there are in the field of performing arts, and there are different typologies of improvisation, and also improvisation in the training, in actor training, and as Paul introduced yesterday. So it is really a big field of investigation. Plus, recently, really important findings were added by researchers in cognitive sciences, neuroscience in particular. So there are a lot of different perspectives on improvisation, but probably the most general thing we could say about this, probably two general things. One is that there is no one overarching term to define improvisation. And the second thing is that improvisation is not just a style or an acting technique. It is rather a dynamic principle operating in many different spheres, an independent and transformative way of being, knowing, and doing.
Well, for example, we had
yeah, and maybe I can follow up. So I would like to introduce artistic research project by a Lithuanian theater director, and she had to participate this conference, but a nice coincidence that right at the moment she's about to meet her second child. So yeah, but she accomplished her artistic research project in 2020, and it was particularly dedicated to improvisation. So the title of her project you can see on screen. So yeah, so I just wanted to show that the topic has been investigated in the frames of our institution as well.
We have this citation and nice picture here, so what can you say about it?
Okay, yeah, so probably the title of our presentation might look a little bit provocative, and actually we do not have so far any clear evidence to confirm this statement, but it's just only our hypothesis. But we suggest to look at the method of artistic research as a kind of improvisation. And probably I will elaborate on that later on, but it, and also it refers to what Henrik has just said, and about different mode of artistic research, which is really different from academic research and scholarly research. Yeah, so this is the quote from Bradley Bartlett, that improvisatory modes of inquiry allow to explore open spaces where the unplanned and unexpected are central to the research process.
Yeah, and open space is something which is very important for me as well, because I consider several things in my work as an artist interesting for me, you know, like for me. It doesn't have to be interesting for you, but space is one of those things, and open space in all kinds of ways. So lately I've been involved in a lot of things with, you know, a lot of loudspeakers and playing with space and music and simulating space, also putting like, I don't know, conceptual space versus real space, and trying to explore this through different kind of ways. And also, in a way, the improvisation and creation is something envisioned or composed, you know, because you usually expect that composer has the score prepared beforehand, which is the classical situation. On the other hand, sometimes you don't want to even agree of what you will play. Here on the bottom, you can see me and Theodore Parker, who also unfortunately couldn't come to this conference this time, but he's spiritually with us. And I think Henrik just visited him in Tallinn a few days ago. We performed with the Dome multi-loudspeaker system, so played with space, improvised in Latvia, in Riga, in the festival there. And we didn't even talk what we will play, because when you want to improvise, you just come and play. You know, you don't even want to plan. You are using what you already have, and you are exploring this open space of unexpected. But there can be also something in between, like, for example, in the same concert we, well, not the same concert, but the same set of events and the same setting of many loudspeakers. We also had a concert with a choir where there was quite a bit of stuff happening with electronics, which were reflecting the choir, which was performing a kind of score, but which was free, which has included a lot of open space for improvisation, for musicians to, let's say, not necessarily improvise, but just choose what they want to. I just included a short excerpt of sound. Hopefully it will play. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, maybe it will. Let me see. computer sound is like, yes, of course, it's muted. Yeah. Now it's unmuted, and now headphones, yes. So maybe now it will play. If not, I will just not.
Yes.
So, like for example, the performers can choose which notes to sing, and it still creates kind of the same ambience which I want in the end. So it doesn't really matter for me. They have their own like pre-envisioned play field, and I consider it even beautiful that people do something different each time. Although in a way it's also in a way fake choice maybe. So that's why it's in between also improvisation and the score or predetermined things, because somewhere. I'm just kidding. Some of the more free places or spaces. And I'll continue maybe with next slide, which is somewhere randomly further. But maybe let's talk about the scientific part.
When Ramunė asked me to talk about social science or science and science researches in improvisation, first my reaction was, I think science don't know anything about this. Maybe neuropsychologists, because they love to scan brains in every activity and make some conclusions. But I was wrong, actually, because now science is very into improvisation, and its opinion about what improvisation is changing very rapidly. And maybe I would like to represent 3 paradoxes or 3 changes in understanding of improvisation, just to think a little bit what it is and what it looks like. First one is professional skills versus everyday life. Because usually improvisation was related that it's such skilled professional doing something free without plan. But if we think about everyday life, how we communicate, about social interactions, we improvise much more than we planned. If we are just crossing the street and meeting some person we know, we haven't seen 2 years, we immediately know how to start communicate. And if in 3 seconds we can decide how long the discussion will be. Maybe it's only 10 seconds, maybe we'll go to a cafe and we'll have 2 hours talk and we feel it. We don't know it, but we can just feel it. Maybe exception if we are autistic, we have autistic disorder, that's maybe it's difficult to understand, but still they can learn it. But in everyday life, we improvise a lot. Even when we go to the shop, or when we drive and we're stuck in traffic, we make decisions very quickly, and we adapt it. Second, maybe idea, it's structure versus freedom. Usually it looked like improvisation is unstructural way, because it's like planned, it's more, we used in a science plan, maybe it's more composed, and something uncomposed. But still, it's not exactly true. What brains can show that it's like a small plans, small goals. Maybe not exact goal, it's more like purpose. Maybe it was mentioned in previous presentation, child play. Childs, when they play, they don't have goal, but definitely they have purpose. And now psychologists say that it's like, for child to play, it's like a need. It's not empty time or just when you don't know what to do and you get bored, you go to play. It's like a need to play and to learn. And while doing that, we're learning, and we're learning quite a lot, actually. And we learn how to how to manage our social anxiety, how to dominate, how to less dominate, more important, and how to be less aggressive. That's why the problem arises when children spend a lot of time not improvising in social behavior, not only social, but stick to phones, which is exactly what they get. And it's like losing control. And we need to learn how to lose our control. And it looks like to improvise is more natural for our brain, because it's definitely, science have strong data that when we improvise and when performers improvise, it's less stressful, it lifts our mood, and we feel more happy. And what's most important, maybe, our brain became more flexible. They function better. And we have more creativity after that. And the third, maybe, paradox, it's skilled professionalism versus an expertise in one field versus multiple contexts. In researching that, it was known that you need to be expert to improvise. You can't do it without knowing. It will be silly and stupid, and it's boring to listen or to watch. But what's most important, that is not enough. You need to have a lot of other habits and competences. You need to feel another person. It's much more important, because if you start to dominate, like in child's play, it becomes very boring, and nobody wants to play with you. Like in a game and like in the performing. It's impossible to learn. You just need to feel. When you tell the story in audience, you need to know somehow, is it still interesting, or I'm just getting in my ideas and I'm very interesting. I'm getting, is it interesting to you? So it's like a question, and I'm getting answers all the time. So, and still, it's about flexibility. It's about getting, and what is important after such performances, less stress. You don't need time to relax or to exercise, especially. We feel it's more endorphins in our brains. And maybe it's my idea, but thinking about research and why telling this story, we used to academic world, it's very strict research. It's like planned hypothesis, conclusions, and you can't change, you can improvise, because it's a scientific way to get the data from the world and to get ideas what is going on. But still, it's very unnatural for us. And maybe if to return to previous slide, it's I like very much idea of Princeton's iceberg model. It looks like Homo sapiens is more improvising being who sometimes plan, then vice versa, that we are planning a lot, and sometimes, if we are very skilled and professional, we sometimes improvise. It's like iceberg under the water, and below the water, it's our improvisation skills. We don't know of them, we trust them, we use them in everyday life much more rarely than planning. Planning actually is very small amount of time. That's enough. I think I'm getting maybe too much.
No.
Before Mantautas responds to that, if you have anything to say, I just want to mention that I'm very happy to learn that our conference on improvisation improves our mental health and mood. So that's a nice finding.
You know, also I think this sense of improvisation, because it's at least musicians always know and feel that it's connected more to subconscious, especially when you go to improvise in case of free improvisation. Or even if you have a plan, you want to break it, or you don't even want to have a plan, as I've mentioned before. And it's very interesting also how it connects to something else, which I was interested lately, is this all research which is connected to AI as well as neuroscience, where there are two, let's say, important aspects which are kind of contradicting each other, but they actually are just two aspects of the same. So one aspect is that like the influential scientist Carl Frisk, who talks about this free energy principle, is saying that all biological systems try to minimize free energy, so like minimize the unexpected surprise that we would survive as a biological system, right? Well, more or less, it's much more to that than this, but anyway, this is how also the basis behind AI functions. On the other hand, when you look into generative AI, it works because actually the random parameters are introduced there, like random seeds, as well as parameters of so-called temperature or stylization, where actually you introduce random elements into the neural network model. And actually that makes it into something which can generate something a bit new, you know, not just repeat what is fed. And it's the same, like you cannot improvise if you do not have the deep understanding and skills in a certain area, because it just doesn't work like this. And this is the same also like with this, you know, iceberg, I think. Like there is consciousness is quite limited, this consciousness in a narrow sense, this conscious, like, or attention, right? Subconscious is much bigger, and it's always functioning as well. And it's also maybe improvisation is kind of more a representation of that. But it's always built on what we learned before. So in a way, builds on a model, which now we also use this thing, model in AI. So like when we have been preparing this, like we also had one fourth participant we were discussing with ChatGPT, and like after some discussion, this it said something like this, you know, that it's likely to grow and continue, and actually we will put much more importance to that. Like lately, a month ago, I participated in one interesting thing where I jumped too much, I think. My play, yes. Okay, so like we trained an AI model to generate early Baroque style opera, which was a bit strange and weird thing to do probably in the 21st century, although because you always can get into this uncanny valley thing where you can actually get something which people can perceive as Baroque music. It's actually like a Baroque music from parallel reality. And it's kind of interesting. But the thing is that it functions in exactly the same way. When you are using AI as some kind of a wild card, it's just a certain limitation or invasion into your own musical style. I would never compose something which is like early Baroque, right? But when you are using AI, you could, because, you know, why not? It's like a way of replacing your own subconscious, your own experience, your own training, and cooperating with different kind of thing. And also you want this unexpected, you want this weird thing to happen in your life, because that's you know, fun. This is where also we discover, we also discover how our brains work, we discover how creativity works, and how these unexpected elements, because like AI is just a model, creative model of our own, you know, brain, creativity basically. So that's it.
Yeah, we have short of time, but in your description, when you were talking about your experience while creating this Baroque opera, I've heard about the shift of different perspectives, and that was the thing that stimulated your creativity. So probably a couple of words was to be said about our previous research that gave us some impulses to continue. So 2 years ago, we together with Agnė conducted a little research about creativity of theater makers, and the topic was related to the city and non-city, and one of our main insights or conclusions was that it is very important for an artist to change the perspectives and to withdraw at a moment from the place you are working and creating to somewhere else, and then to come back. And it's not enough just to leave your routine, your daily practices, but it's very important after experiencing some different things to come back. And here in the quotations, you can see that we suggest like a metaphor or an image of a spring. Stretching, compressing and stretching spring. Yeah, so that's about the shift of perspectives and the focus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I just put in some more random examples of my graphical scores. Like, for example, there is the score based on unbuilt Vilnius metro, where musicians can travel around. It's just graphical representations of my other scores I use for graphical scores for electronic music ensemble to improvise with the instructions. So I mean, it's like it's illustrating the same what you said about this exploring of cities and open spaces.
Yeah, and probably we could slowly move to our conclusions and to the arguments for namely our collaboration, and because we really believe that improvisation and creativity, which are so complex phenomena, they can be fully understood or investigated only through collaborations and only through interdisciplinary approach. So here there is the quote from Latterby and his book about general theory of acting and about opposition between scholarly or scientific attitude towards research and artistic. So we believe and we propose that only the mix of those different attitudes can allow to reveal the complexity of these phenomena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also found some kind of similar quote. So in a way, we also believe, and all of us here sitting, so that's not like a discussion where we disagree, but probably a discussion where we agree, so that's boring. But anyway, that's, you know, this interdisciplinary and this kind of improvisatory, organic approach, which comes down more from like connecting things, can be like a, you know, like a meteorite which can impact our work pretty strongly and positively. And actually this is what this network and conference is about. It's about creating impact together, positive impact on the research, scientific research, artistic research, the arts, and the society. So,
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a short note about little changes in the program. We will not have, unfortunately, our last lecture, presentation Claire Lesser. So this means that we have more time and we do not have to be in a rush.
So we can ask questions now.
Yeah, and then we will have the coffee break and two presentations before lunch. So we can be a little bit relaxed in terms of time. You wanted to ask?
Maybe you have questions to ask,
yes.
because we it was very maybe quickly.
Yes, sure.
Thank you very much. It's quite interesting to see all this work, and I love this idea of the conversation that you have together and this debate, let's say, but you are very polite in the debate. I was expecting the fight there, but the gentleman is very polite to the lady. So, let's be the devil here. Let's start the fight because it's a fight. So why to pretend to be polite? Let's politely fight. Okay, let's start from the questions and the interrogation of what is going on there. So, because I have some other ideas about these things. So let's start with the word science. So let's start with the word episteme, because it's confused. What is episteme and what is science? So let's go back to Aristotle and let's go back to Foucault, because they understood the epistemological research and not the scientific one, because we confuse the word scientific with the logic, and we are afraid of logic because we believe that logic is 1 and 1 is 1. But no, Aristotle says that 1 and 1 is 2, but sometimes maybe it's 3, or maybe it's 11, or maybe it's something else. So rationality is not a linear process. It's a transformative process, and this is episteme. Episteme opens the boundaries and breaks the boundaries. Every time that I take rules and put rules, you have to break the rules. But in order to break the rules, we have to know what the rules are in order to play in the rules. So speaking about the framework of what is episteme, it's exactly the opposite one, because episteme is, I will speak later about theories and nous, and theories and nous means that I'm threshold of something. This means that I know the field, okay, I'm aware of everything, I have the responsibility of myself, and what I'm doing is a leap to the chaos. So we don't know what is there, I'm researching there. And if I'm brave, I leap, I fall, and I come back again and say, okay, it was my mistake, let's start again. This is episteme, it's creativity, it's leap to unknown, it's a leap to further fields, and it's not a static thing. So this is episteme for Aristotle. Sorry if you misunderstanding the words, but it's a problem for the people that they say that this is the Western philosophy, and it's stemming from Aristotle. Sorry, it's not Aristotle. Foucault explained the practice and the self, and it's from Nicomachean ethics. And do you know why Foucault did that? Because Foucault was written Nicomachean ethics, and know that Aristotle connected episteme with ethos. This means the responsibility for me and for other people. So we can improvise, but I cannot conquer your space improvising or have the freedom. And what is the freedom? Because let's see the football. Football is a play. Okay, if you put out foul, it's a chaos. There is no principle there. They go to each other. They know the rules and they play. And I love the improvisation of some Argentinian players. And they break the rules into the football play. And they are doing excellent things. And they pretend that they are on pack again. Oh my God, and again, and they are actors. And they have a lot of money because they are very good players. They know the rules and they play through that rules. We are poor. The poor guy, we are read a lot, and we are poor. And the football and the spectacles game because they know the rules. So we try to break the rules. This is the question about the rules. And now we are in a chaos because we broke the rules. The 20th century tried to destroy Aristotle and failed, completely failed. Let's see Heidegger's work. What is, of course, Heidegger was a very brave man, and we are searching Heidegger because he tried to think in another way. So all the Greek philosophy It's about to think in another way. And this is Plato ideas, and this was Aristotle ideas. Not to follow the same rule, but to break the rules, because they broke the rules. And Heidegger, although he failed, he broke the rules, actually, of the philosophy. And what is philosophy? Is way of thinking. It's not about the content. The content changes. We are not living at Aristotle times, but we cannot think like him, because he had a special way of thinking, through not logic or rational, because actually we have no freedom to speak about rational or logic, because this is something, it's not, it's technique or other words are forbidden. So, because we have to have the freedom. What is that freedom? In chaos? And another, sorry.
I'm not sure I'm remembering everything, but I will try.
And then another thing, that we confuse life with art. Art is another way of living life. There are different rules on stage than in everyday life. The organization of time and space is something that gives me the freedom of doing something, because I know what I'm doing. And I invent there, because outside it's not secure. It's not a secure place. Police is exactly that. We know the rules, we expand the police, because we have the freedom to do that. We decide all together, because this is democracy. So if we improvise, imagine that every day we have no schedule at all, we can improvise. I can improvise, so I will come Monday, next Monday, to this conference. Why? I will break the rules. And I don't know what time I will present my presentation. We know when I feel better, when I have my psychology at the right position inside me, I can inform you. And if you are available, or you have the freedom to come, or you feel okay, you can come. Otherwise, we'll meet at the other world. There is time. As Sonia says to Uncle Vanya, no, Uncle Vanya, everything is okay. Now we'll be living in a misery, we'll feel everything sad, but at the next life, everything is going to be better. And still, they present Sonia as the right person there. Where is the great enemy of Uncle Vanya? Psychologically speaking, she destroyed him there. She's the enemy, not the professor. So I stop that.
Okay, I will try to answer the first part about art. I think my colleagues will answer, because it's not my field of knowledge. I will answer first as a psychologist. There is different ways to learn. One way to explain the rules for kids and for people and let them play. And another way is to learn by playing. And it's different kind of experiencing world and learning. And it...
Sorry, can I say something? To build a house, you have to be a builder.
But actually no. The birds build their nest without knowing how to build. They just learn by instinct. And that's scientists very interesting. They experiment. For example, they destroy part of...
Do you believe that all this constructed by instinct?
It's different understanding. It's a different thing, but still different fields require different competence. And answering about the epistemological part, it's very deep and interesting questions. Psychology, I can tell about psychology, social science, it's not very easy to answer, because we have Plato ideas and Aristotle ideas. We have about idealistic understanding of the person and a very materialistic one. So we can think about things, for example, motivation. We can touch it, but we know what it is. And there is no proof of it. But now society is changing, and there is changing requirement about proofs. We need to prove everything. About psychotherapy, we need proofs. And I'm not agreeing that it's very useful actually. It changes, and psychology now knows much more about how our brains work, how we function, but we lose our understanding why and maybe what consciousness is. So because we're losing this another part to approach human being, not only like animal, but more like a creative person, and that we need to return to.
You are very Aristotelian one. In Nicomachean Ethics, he said he put it all the rules for psychological things.
One part of it.
Aristotle was the one. Psychology have nothing to add to this inner attitude and to make yourself better. But we are speaking about art. Okay, can try something? Okay, let's improvise in movement. Could you please? I'm a mover, so could you please improvise with me something? Because okay, you are someone who are not dancers. Can you please improvise with me together to prove that who can be better in improvisation? Because it's about dance, it's about movement. So how to improvise? So is there anyone to test it with me?
There is
to
no
improvise?
time now, but maybe I can answer with words. The thing is that, of course, that's what we have been saying as well. I'm more practical person, and generally I think that reality is a hallucination,
Yes.
which is built by our own brain. And of course, we get a certain skills. We get a physical memory. We get or other skills, and also we have to live. We have to agree. When we improvise, one of the main things when you are playing as a musician, I wouldn't, for example, improvise as a dancer because I'm not a dancer, but I could play with piano while you improvise, you know, and that's the thing that you are using. What is your, you know, what you can do. Of course, we have to have this whole luggage of skills and so on, but what we are talking about is more that when you have it, you have to keep on developing. You have to join in with other people, with other experiences, like let go of your own, like, you know, your own centristic approach. Let go of this kind of understanding that, okay, this is my discipline, I practice that, and nothing else is interesting for me. I think it's more about this, about looking into the same things from different perspectives, because it's how the history works, you know, it keeps on pulsating like this. And this is how also understanding and meaning of words changes. Meaning of words, in example, Aristotle time was completely different than the meaning of words now. And I can even build my own meaning of words. I can decide that well, let's say I take a word chair and I build my own associations to chair. And everybody has these little associations. Of course, there is cultural thing, but also there is a personal thing. So, you know, that's how I think. It's just like, I think our idea is not that, you know, like, how to say, we already live in chaos. I think like this. And we have to accept that. And we, of course, with our consciousness, we kind of try to build the balance between order and chaos. But we cannot really escape from it, so maybe we have to embrace it, because actually this is where creativity is. And of course, all the skills, also what Paul was talking yesterday about mastery, of course, that's true. I mean, you cannot discover new things without having a certain knowledge or deep understanding, deep love in a certain field. But you also, I believe, have to constantly break and challenge yourself, because it gets boring to live.
I have the suggestion to move this intellectual fight into the corridor where we'll have coffee. Just a short response to the differences between scholarly and artistic approaches. Mainly we were talking about methodology, because probably we can agree that methodologies which scientists and artist researchers employ are different. So that's the question of mainly of methodologies and of course of approaches of your position.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there's one little political thing I want to add. You see, we live now in the world which is dominated by the methodology of counting or scientific counting, I mean of the, not even social or humanitarian, but like sciences, right? So everything is mostly quantitative metrics. I think it's a great disbalance because actually you cannot measure everything, or it's much more hard to measure rather than it's done now, you know, like if the event has more listeners, it's more successful. No, absolutely not. You know, sometimes you need to reach one person who maybe will do something after 10 years, which was influenced by that event, and that would be enough for this impact, right? So also, as chaos is actually not a chaos. I mean, if you know about chaos theory, it's actually just order which is not accessible to our consciousness. It's just like much more complicated order than we think. Okay, let's
Switch to
let's
coffee.
finish
Yeah, so,
because I have to run away.
Would you agree that we come back at 11:45?
Yeah, because we miss one presenter, so
11:45.
11:45.
12, yeah?
Yeah.
11:45. Coffee
Yeah,
now.
11. Is it okay? Or okay.
Nu, ačiū kolegos.
Ačiū. Okay, welcome back. Let's continue with a very intriguing presentation from my dear colleague, musicologist, Lina Navickaitė-Martinelli. Please, Lina, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Can we have... So this paper is related to a slightly different type of music and music making than most of the others in this conference. However, I believe that the questions I'm raising here are relevant for the whole field of creative mindset, whether that's jazz, academic improvisation, or indeed performance of classical music, where we apparently have the least possibility for a performer to be creative, let alone improvise, due to the existence and undisputable primacy of a written score. Let us first begin from the concept of creativity in the art of music performance and then move on to apparently improvisational elements in the performance of classical music canon and their potential for communicating one's personal artistic expression. It is no big news that in musical culture, the concept, perhaps in culture in principle, the concept of creator is commonly applied to the composer, the author of a musical work. So here I'd like to discuss some features of the art of the music performer that allow considering their activity as a creative process. After the musical work is written and before it reaches the listener, many-sided and complex work must be done by the performer-interpreter. Interpretation of music reaches far beyond being mere reproduction or mechanical recreation. Rather, it is to be treated as a distinctive type of creation through which the creative ideas, insights, and convictions of a performer are conveyed. Let us briefly listen to a collage of interpretations of the third movement of the sonata in D minor, opus 31, number 2 by Ludwig van Beethoven. So that's the canon of the canon. Well, my students know this example, but I hope they won't be too bored. So every few bars, there's another performer stepping in. Yeah, now that's Frederic Lamont, and then later it will be Walter Gieseking and so on. So these were unedited takes, just glued together. And I hope it seems evident, at least to the musicians for sure, that different interpretations of the same piece, even so abruptly taken from their context as here, provide the musical work with significantly new nuances of sonority, style, and meaning. In relation to this, further in this talk, I will present first some thoughts on how one might semiotically approach the creative process of music performance, and second, the attitude certain classical music performers have concerning their creative roles in the process of musical performance. Now, the very term performance designates the execution of something. Performance, atlikimas, исполнение, Aufführung all stand for execution. That is an act that embodies a set of previously planned conditions, the execution of a previously planned job. All these terms show that in embarking on the act of musicianship, something is indeed performed, that is, a certain predetermined idea is put into action, or a certain musical structure, a song, a dance, a chant, or a symphony is repeated. Mostly these terms that you see in the slide refer to the opus, a musical work that is being interpreted or performed. As Nicholas Cook rightly puts it, according to the language we traditionally use to describe performance in its specifically musical sense, we do not have performances, but rather performances of pre-existing Platonic works. The implication is that a performance should function as a transparent medium, expressing, projecting, or bringing out what is already in the work, with the highest performance ideal being a selfless Werktreue. And all classical musicians are being brought up with this idea in mind. Now, obviously, without denying that musical performance, particularly that of Western classical music, is inevitably associated with the musical work, I propose a broader viewpoint that enables to see and study performance as encompassing all the external, extra-musical meanings that do not necessarily depend on the musical work. To start with, I propose that while dealing, and I'm consciously not just saying hearing because there are more channels of perceptions involved in this case, so while dealing with musical performance, one should be able to extract, to sort out what meanings stem from the musical work itself and what is the performer's input. Accordingly, it should be possible to extract the meanings emerging from the opus in se, the modalities of the musical work, and the meanings produced by the performance. For instance, what kinds of performative effort produce certain new significations. Further on in this presentation, I will be following the tradition of musical semiotics that through erotarasty stems from the theories of Algirdas Julius Greimas. By employing the Greimasian square and taking into account previously mentioned considerations on musical performance, we may posit 4 types of logical relations between performance and musical work. So that's performance work, performance non-work, non-performance work, and non-performance non-work. Within the duality performance work, so that's the upper one, we can trace the combined or shared elements. Those are signs that stem from both the performance and the work that are produced out of the interaction between composer, score, and performer. For instance, among many other things, a certain type of gesturality is determined by the piece and realized by a performer. An interesting situation which should also be ascribed to this realm is when a composer develops a close relation with a particular performer, and their collaboration brings forth new artistic fruit. Also belonging to this category of relations are certain prevailing stylistic requirements, standardized performances, and performance cliches related to the creative output of a certain composer. Relation performance non-work has to do with significations that are purely due to the performer. Their personal characteristics, creative individuality, corporeality, imagination, and so on. It is a certain semantic gesture which prevails in all the interpretations of this performer and permits them to be distinguished from others. Aspects belonging to this realm might be called the performer's theater. Emotions conveyed, corporeality, setting, tension, atmosphere created, and so on. Work non-performance, that is the significance that is purely due to the work. These are the requirements determined explicitly by the score, which I would claim are a rather tiny part of the whole process. I do not intend to venture here into a philosophical discussion about what a musical work is and how little or how much of it we can perceive from the musical notation. But clearly there are some aspects of the score that can be approached with certain flexibility by a performer, such as tempo or dynamics, for instance. In current Western music performance practice, it is normally only pitches and perhaps durations and rhythms that are followed with the most precision. It follows from this that even certain more or less precise requirements of the score might be placed in the first block of relations, that is performance work. Let us remember the practice of Baroque ornamentation, for instance, which clearly illustrates that certain elements belong to certain areas depending on the common agreements of a given culture. And now the last, non-work, non-performance. To this side of relations belong context-related or even ideological matters, romanticized performance, work Troy ideal, authenticity movement, and so on and so on. It is to be noted that any performance is culturally and socially mediated. That is to say, no performance, be it a concert or a recording or any other presentation, exists on its own, separated from the surrounding culture. So if what we have thus far discussed is the performance as text, here we enter the realm of performance as paratext. This includes, for instance, those socio-cultural elements around the text that normally support one's comprehension of it, offering clues, alternative interpretations, etc., while not being the musical action itself. Notions of schools and traditions, styles and identities, repertoire choices, competitions, various media types, marketing, image constructing, verbal communication of and about the performers, all these constitute a significant part of the phenomenon of musical performance, and all these levels that I just mentioned here are where a certain amount of creativity and even improvisation can operate within. Now, how does that really help to establish the place creativity and improvisation occupy in the art of classical music performers, for example, pianists, and which elements of the music performer's art allow to consider their activity as creative as opposed to mere recreative process? I hope it is clear from what I have shown thus far that the performer's creativity has a lot of space to unfold and to do so in a great variety of ways. Some of those elements of music performance are audible, while others are added to one's perception when we see a live performance. Some others come before we even decide to hear a certain performance, and so on. So let us have a glimpse at a few case studies of renowned performers, using as reference material both the analysis of their interpretations and interviews with those pianists. In doing so, we focus on the two explicitly performance-related angles of this square, that is performance work and performance non-work. Lately, there has been a lot of discussion concerning the role of improvisation in the training and development of classical musicians. Those who support improvisation obviously see it as the most creative and expressive form of musicality that allows musicians to engage in spontaneous musical conversations and adapt to different performance situations. Improvisation can enhance a musician's ability to communicate with fellow performers, explore different musical possibilities, and develop a deeper understanding of the music they play. While improvisation is generally less commonplace in classical piano performance today, there have been classical pianists who were or are known for their ability to improvise. From the Romanticist geniuses such as Franz Liszt or later Ferruccio Busoni, who would incorporate improvisation into their performances, dazzling audiences with their ability to create spontaneous variations and cadenzas, or blending elements of different styles and showcasing their improvisational skills, to contemporary pianists such as Gabriela Montero, who creates musical variations on the spot as inspired by the audience or themes suggested during the performance, or Robert Levin, who would rather improvise in the style of Mozart or other classical composers during cadenzas, in this way recreating the authentic spirit of the composer's improvisatory tradition. However, to me, of interest are those performances where the apparently improvisational element is not related to an actual improvisation of the musical material, but rather on the utterly creative attitude towards the nature and role of a performer's work, performance strategies, and the essence of their artistry. Many are contemporary pianists, such as Valeria Afanasiev, Ivo Pogorelic, Piotr Andrzejewski, or Fazil Say, who, in creating their interpretations, first and foremost draw a creative and distinctively individual musical picture. One of such utterly creative artists, pianist Glenn Gould, once claimed, quote, "I refuse to conceive of the recreative act as being essentially different from the creative act," end quote. Gould treated a performance as one possible variation on the work, seen explicitly from the performer's point of view. By extension, the pianist felt that the susceptibility of works to variant interpretations extended well beyond the truism that no two interpretations are alike. The same applies to a Lithuanian pianist, Petras Geniušas, who perceives the role of the performer as first and foremost a creative one. One of his most recurrent terms while talking about performing music is išgyvenimas, erlebnis, an adequate English word for which would perhaps be engagement, or French embrayage. In this case, it means the performer's most personal and intense feeling of and for a musical work. When Geniušas starts working on a musical piece, the point of departure for him is not formal or structural, but rather the inner truth, what engages or draws one into the work. Once found, it suggests adequate interpretative decisions. Most often, this inner feeling comes for the pianist through the visual imagery, a kind of internal cinema, as he calls it, that accompanies the piece. Lights, images, perspectives, surroundings, a person protagonist with emotions and feelings, all the elements of this inner film are encoded by the performer into the sonorous texture, from which listeners will in turn decode them and create their own cinema. The pianist doesn't mind if listener significations differ from his own. More important is that the performer creates a catalog of images, which in his mind are organized according to a certain narrative. The crucial action here is the creation of the catalog, not the creation of the narrative. The latter will eventually be organized in an autonomous way by the listener. Similar to Gould's concept of the well-tempered listener who is consciously and actively engaged in the creative process. What matters is the existence and richness of the significations in this encoded message. Its actual manifestation or appearance is not really relevant. To his students, Geniušas says, imagine something, and when a performer finds something that is relevant for them only, the meanings of the musical work normally open up much easier. Unlike Geniušas, Gould's main approach to musical work was through its structure rather than its emotional qualities, but as concerns the roles of composer, performer, and listener, he very much acknowledged the continuity of the semiotic process at every stage. In Gould's thinking, every interpreter can become a creator, as can every receiver. The interpreter can form a new composition from the composer's work, but also the interpreter's product can in turn become a composition in relation to which the listener can act as an interpreter. Moreover, for Gould, faithfulness to the score was not a given at all. Believing that a musical work exists apart from performance, he considered such aspects as contrapuntal balance, rhythmic nuances, dynamic levels, articulation, tone, color, and instrumentation, even where it's specified by the composer, to be subject to the performer's will, yet without compromise as to the identity or status of the work. Among the few performers of the mid-20th century who considered fidelity to the author's text to be almost a negative pursuit, Gould expressed what was perhaps an extreme reaction to the prevalent tendency of the time, which limited the interpreter's creative insights and suggested focusing one's efforts toward rendering the work as neutrally as possible. When asked by an interviewer if he felt that Beethoven would approve of his interpretations of his music, Gould's response was, "I don't really know, nor do I very much care." There is yet another pianist I would like to mention, since he is also a composer and a known improviser. That's Fazil Say. It seems it is essential for this musician to give an impression of freedom, of playing different every time. I quote, "Music should always come out as an improvisation, and a composition in itself is an improvisation. The composer tries again, then he finds something he likes, develops it. Playing should imitate this process of improvisation. That is why there is always a search for freshness in the performance. But to do so, you have to learn how to play the piece, to memorize it, but also to learn how it works. That's what I do every time. I begin to work a new piece away from the piano, analyzing it, trying to understand everything, and then after days I sit down on the piano, and by then the piece is almost inside my head. So it's kind of an appropriation of the musical piece." When asked during a recent press conference whether he is improvising in some way while interpreting classical music, this is how I was preparing for this conference, in fact, Say answered, "Interpretation is also a creation. That's why it's every day different. With every piano, every concert hall, the atmosphere, your mood, your tempi, your gusto, and the story you want to tell. Every time it is different, and this is the nature of improvisation. It is improvisation in the mind with the sound. We don't have to change the notes that are in the piece, but what the piece says can be quite different every day." Now, having made dozens of interviews with musicians, I can attest that performers tend to emphasize emotion, feeling, intensity, Erlebnis, imagination as necessary elements that make their art a creative one. The notes are normally referred to as hieroglyphs, mere symbols, Morse code, etc., while the content, the atmosphere, the spiritual, emotional, meaningful world is added to them only by a performer. Thus, again, the creative role is attributed to the interpreter of those notes. One Polish pianist, Jan Krzysztof Broja, has a very interesting term as for how he works with the musical piece. He calls it an emotional architecture. So this is how a performer kind of checks certain points, emotional points during the piece, and this is how he starts working on the piece. They also call the pleasure their profession gives them a creative joy. So the thoughts of a cellist, David Geringas, well summarize what has been said here before. I think that a performer has at least to try to newly create the piece that is being played. What is written in the score is only signs that help recreate the music, but the music starts its existence only in performance. It is very important, while the music sounds, to experience and feel it as intensely as possible, as if to create it anew. I think this is the main goal of a performer. Only if one manages to do this, the interpretation will be adequate. Now, one can keep on discussing this creative work of a performer while making interpretative decisions. Instead, I would like to conclude by remarking that the performer who seeks to disappear into the work performed is nowadays frequently complimented. But it is in fact difficult to fault the ones who choose not to do so if their choice is consciously motivated, like in Gould's case, for instance. In any case, the important research task is to be able to approach classical musical performance art as a manifold and multidirectional phenomenon in which the most varied significations are operating. Now, it's either I quit, or if I have another 2 minutes, I would like to play a little excerpt from Fazil Say's art, and just to have an idea how does that all not only sound but also looks, this inspiration. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lina, for this valuable contribution to our discussions. Who would like to ask? Yes, please.
Hello. I have thank you for your presentation. A question for the last video that you played. So obviously the performer is performing the music with his body. Is that the idea of, I mean, it's a question of improvisation according to you, or is it just interpretation of a composition expressed with the body? What were you trying to say?
I'm probably not trying to say that's an improvisation, although judging from what he's telling, it would probably be a different approach every time, depending on the day, on his mood, and so on and so forth. So it's not something stable and fixed. So in that sense, perhaps it is also some sort of improvisation. It's more about creativity and on what levels it operates. What I wanted to show is that it's not only the notes played. Basically, what a performer does in cases like Sai and many, many others, more than we would like to think of, that's where they put their own input into the musical work and kind of change that work every time. So we can come back to the Beethoven excerpts that I've been playing in the beginning. So, you know, every few bars we kind of heard a different musical piece because that's that particular performer who changed it.
Change the duration, for example.
Sorry, the
durations. Basically, like when you have a state. Yeah, what is changed in the compositions of what we heard in Beethoven, for example, and lately the last example of Debussy that you showed?
Well, as I said, in the Western art culture, we are not extremely free to change a lot of things that previously was possible, like we can't use a lot of ornamentation, or we can't play a note and then improvise around it unless we're playing a cadenza of a concerto. Still, there is a lot of sonorous and meaningful nuances that are being changed, and that's heard. It's possibly that kind of engagement that I've been quoting Genusha's talking about. So there is a new imagery every time. And in that sense, it does affect very much the perception of the listener. So we hear it as a different piece, even though the notes are the same.
Could I, if I may, to follow up the question about the corporeal expression of the performer? I know this is your research field and you are investigating the concept of stage persona, if I'm right. So I'm curious, how do you consider this kind of expression? Is it an expression of spontaneous inspiration or perception of the music, or probably is this the part of his stage image?
That's a very difficult question. On one hand, I do not particularly care about the sincerity of a performer. So whether that's completely acted out or it's something spontaneous and the performer just can't be differently corporeal, that's not the point. The point is how it affects the audience at that moment. So it's, as a semiotician, I'm more interested in the receiver's experience.
And probably that the question of theater researcher, is it true or not?
Yeah, exactly. If it's convincing, who are we to judge?
Thank you very much. Really interesting talk, I thought. Thank you. I was wondering what your thoughts were on improvisation in classical education for performers. I sometimes go into the Royal Academy in London and teach improvisation, and it strikes me how little it's done. Some of these students are incredible musicians, but they have no idea about improvisation, and they're terrified by it, some of them. So you've mentioned all these skills, you know, which can be learned and really useful in terms of a more interpretative role. And I'm just wondering what your position is on this. Like, do you think it should be more part of classical education? Is it? I don't know what it's like actually outside the UK even. So
it's the same.
Is it a thing? What should it be like?
You know, a professional answer would be yes, there should be more of that. It's extremely useful. The personal answer, because of my background as a classically trained musician, yeah, I'm one of those terrified. You know, it's the whole education starting from school is so different from this mindset. So it's really terrifying. But we now, for instance, at the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, we have this contemporary music program. Some of our doctoral students come from that, and I think they really benefit. And I know some, so okay, these are partly composers, partly performers, so, you know, they're just music making. But there are classical performers, professors who teach there. They started gaining new knowledge, and, you know, it opens their eyes. This Petras Geniušas, about whom I was talking, he had some private lessons with one of our leading jazz musicians. He changed his attitude during his classical concerts, but interestingly, it's corporeality that changed. So there is something that really changes the mindset to such an extent that you start playing differently, you start thinking differently, and you start acting differently also while on stage when you encounter improvisation.
And obviously that affects.
It does. It
what
does.
you play,
Obviously, yeah.
Do you think you would have benefited from it? I mean, I'm just.
I'm not doing that.
No, I think I'm kind of. I think I'm advocating for it.
I know,
right?
yeah.
But I just want to, you know, get your perspective if I've got a good battle to fight or not.
I know, we have pianists here. Would you try?
Thank you very much. Is there any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question. I was really intrigued by the like cutting together Beethoven, the way you've done it. And of course, I mean, there are many things that could be said about it, but thank you for doing that. The other thing I wanted to say was about the square. Was that your?
It's yeah, it's a stylized Grimasian square, but it's my model.
Right, it's your model. Yeah. I think that's a very helpful way of thinking about it. I'm especially keen on the non-work, non-performance part of it, which I think so often is ignored. And
Thank you.
When we talk, so thank you. That was really a question. It was just feedback.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lina.
Thank you.
And now let me invite our doctoral student, Indrė Dirgelaitė, who will present her artistic research.
I just have to find, oh yeah. So my topic, my theme of artistic research is different. But I thought to share my experience in this conference, like in improvisation as a base for interdisciplinary connection, action research method. And I won't talk about theory a lot now. I heard so many great things from you, just will share now my experience, how I do my research, why I do, and how it became a research, and yeah, why it's meaningful for me and my students. Yeah, so I was the first edition of jazz singers in high school. We were two, many years ago, maybe 23 years ago, 25 years ago. So before I studied classical piano, singing soprano, but already a bit contemporary music. And when I felt like I would like to study improvisational music, and I feel that inside me, I feel that I want to express my feelings and how I feel in different voices. So I started to search, and there were some like dogmas, or not dogmas, but rules like Indra, it sounds effective, but later it will be unhealthy. And I had this many questions, but yeah. And when I went to study to one country, another country, like again a bit classical, but in jazz music program, and a bit contemporary, so different things. And one day I started, 15 years ago, started to work with actors, and it was a gift because I understood how we differently accept text and sounds, how we combine it, and it was different world for me. And I felt that it's very nice connection. And when I saw some things that problems are similar with like singer, actor, now I don't. Okay, let's speak, if we speak subjects, okay, like a singer and actor has, and what's the differences, what similarities. And finally, I went to Complete Vocal Technique Institute to Copenhagen, where we researched 30 years scientifically, and yeah, what voices can human produce. And I got answers, started to work with students this way, a bit these exercises, but it's more for singers, like every day to practice. And then head of department phoned me, and maybe we can do for every course, because they saw that it's helpful. So I thought, why not to do research? So my theme is Complete Vocal Technique via free voice improvisation into theater performance. Why? It's already sounded many good things, and theoretical and practical. Yeah, it's because it is improvisation is heterogeneous, and yeah, it gives flow state, and you don't think anymore. You think about expression and freedom. It gives freedom. Yeah, and I thought, why not to combine all those things? It started from when I was teaching solo classes. Then contemporary music department opened, and one of my great teachers opened this contemporary music department, and we did project for 1 week. We called it Sluškai Rhapsody, through music lines to kinesthetic voice and body poetry. So I will try to show maybe few elements. So it was with, and maybe the ending, with two professors from contemporary music department. Then Anna Maria Saivo-Salmi Katinas, a contemporary dance professor, and me, who worked with voice. Yeah, we did this 1 week, and I just, sorry, I can't, okay, I will do this. The ending, maybe? So that was the beginning. And when I saw that it is kind of when actors see how we can use it in the interdisciplinary, and it's here and now and more real situations on the stage because it's improvised. It's very common in theater and it helps them to create their role. So, yeah, and the voice is holistic and it's unique for everyone and it's personal and different levels. So, I started this project and research, and I invited my colleague and neighbor, Kristupas, and it was, I think, destiny because we were flatmates, and he finished the improvisation and contemporary music department, and he's in this improvisation a lot, and he was like how my body and my feeling and mood today will dictate my improvisation and playing, how somehow all those things went into one, and we started this research. So in my research, I started to cope information like CVT, theater voice techniques, not all, but like I did selection some, it's long story maybe, but then free vocal improvisation, jazz improvisation, because my background was jazz improvisation, psychosocial aspects of identity expression, because voice is expression and identity, big part of identity, and theater performance, where we collaborate with the teachers, and yeah, we started this project. So we do every semester, it's half year, like not half year, 4 months. We do different exercises and improvising, and then create together performance. Every performance is different, and every performance has different tasks. Fixed information is going, like CVT theory, through practice, and then like improvisational tasks, like, but then we do reflection and some other things, like performance is one. Yeah, like observation, interview diary, and I talked with my professors and CVI professors. Yeah, and when I change some tasks, we talk with Kristupas, and when we change something, and every performance has task which is going to final identity performance, and which is more connected with theater. Yeah. So, shortly, the first, we started from, like, we talked about CVT modes, like 4 modes what human can produce at first, theoretically. And then we did some improvisational exercises by Annelies Paul and Lina and other great voice teachers, contemporary. And at first, the actor said, I'm not singer, I am afraid, like, and we were just simple exercises like, okay, vowels on 1 mode, I, ooh, ah, ooh, and let's talk, and when improvisation is coming. So the first task was this one, spontaneous vocal improvisation, sound space, yeah. And yeah, maybe Kristupas, you can come a bit and talk. It's not long, just want to, yeah. Kristupas is a drummer. I chose Kristupas because, yeah, he's a great musician, and drums don't have like very clear pitch as other instruments. So if actor has like different hearing, and yeah, he doesn't have to yeah, complex about this. So, and Kristupas all from the first lesson started to play with them and communicate, and we gained from this a lot. So how did you feel? And
so, hello, I'm Kristupas Kmitas. I initially came from more like a jazz and pop music background, and later on I studied their master degree in academy in that department that was already mentioned of contemporary and improvisational music in the class of Liudas Mockūnas. And there I gained some new insight in even my own aesthetics and feelings what I wanted to do with music and with art in general. And I even understood that when I was studying jazz music, I was always thinking about improvisation more like in more freely sense, in more avant-garde sense, in that free improv music sense, not so jazzy sense, because it's really different stories. It's free improv came from jazz music, but it's now it's different genres, if you could say so. And so again, there in those master studies, different insights, different. I had different master classes with very amazing musicians, and then it was some kind of a challenge when Indra invited me to do these lectures for the actors students, but all that attitude from free improv scene really helped me a lot, and even the process of lecturing for those students is always, for me, it's like an improvisational technique, because I'm not only playing with them, like I'm playing drums, they're doing vocal stuff, and we like do duos, trios, and ensembles. But I had some ideas what I could tell them before the lecture, but it always gets to that position that even the practices, the techniques of academic approaches, for me, are gained and created during the process of a lecture, and it usually totally differs from my ideas, what I thought I want to bring to them. So yeah.
Thank you, Christopher. So it's kind of a creational process all the time, and now at first it was like react to space, and I want to, this one, no.
And so, yeah, and I wanted also to mention it's really nice to see how those same people we like teaching the same group of people for maybe 3 years now, or 2.5, and at the first most of them were really lost, and they couldn't get a grasp what to do, and later on, when you see how they develop and how they open themselves, their characters into that improvisational stuff.
Yeah, and at first it was like react to space, and no, lines doesn't have to be connected, not necessary. This one, it's second year, already think about character, come and think, and then try to prolong lines. So it's another short yeah, it's again spontaneous improvisation. So everyone had 5 minutes or something like this. It's kind of long. Yeah, another was he was not hamster, kurmis, some animal in the forest. Yeah. So everyone found his. So yeah, different tasks every semester. Yeah, we already did Sluškai Rhapsody, The Art of Do, No Words But Sounds, Can I Feel? This one where we had to be in the train station, but when we had to be in Šventaragis Slėnis, the same day they announced storm and rain, we appeared under the bridge. So performance was under the bridge, and it changed our improvisation and performance, but it was...
It's basically how it's the final exam of that year for them,
yes.
Under the bridge.
Yes. Yes, and this is voice map, CVT. Different aspects like what mode can produce the strongest sound, which mode can produce like different colors. So small. Like space and improvisation. You choose space and you improvise, try to... different sounds. Yes, and white CVT, maybe now it's not so, I told it already, because yeah, it gives answers, at least for me and my students, like we can put into the pocket tools what we can use in theater. It's again our Under the Bridge. Yeah, so, yeah, different effects, but maybe there is no time for this. So now our last, I will finish soon, our last tasks now connected with theater. We already work with theater consulting, and now we take pieces from what we do in theater and improvise in different ways, like only with words, only with breath, only with improvisation, voice improvisation with no words, not to hide. And when we find their balance, and when we take these pieces from theater to another performances, and then we come back to theater. And the last, our production, it was created spontaneously, interdisciplinary, yeah. It's with electronic music and improvised music. We improvise live, medical machines, experiences of people and neurologists, and different sounds and improvisation in every performance. It was like a bit my experience, but actually it was experience maybe of 50 people, and I wrote a diary from that. And we made, we made performance. Now it was in like a world leader conference after neurologist. It looked now it's a hectic video, but how it was in big space. Yeah, it was different. And for the ending, there are many. For the ending, I want to show this trailer, 3 minutes on YouTube, but it doesn't look as in the space. So maybe it's hectic and a lot, but I wanted to just show process. But in my scientific part, I fix everything, and video, material, interview, diary, and everything, because we participate in this process with students. And and there will be final results, and everything is written every half year. Yeah. So maybe I can. I think if YouTube bejungte.
Also, my own reflections from the work of students. It's I find it hard sometimes to give them the idea of the abstract abstract art, abstract music, because I see that it's really different approaches in the musical sphere and in the theatrical sphere. And in the theatrical sphere, they are most of the time really connected to the text, to the some creation of literature and stuff. And it's really trying to connect different worlds, that contextual and that abstract art worlds. And it's really a lot of different mixtures with each student. Each student feels that stuff really differently, and it's like 20-something different worlds opening up in every lecture. So it's a really interesting psychological and educational process. So.
Yeah, everything holistic. So thank you for your attention. And now our last trailer. Actually, there was like, can you convince someone? And there was accident. Volunteers didn't hear my story, that it's not my story, that it's 50 people story. And they hugged me and said me, thank you that you are still alive after this performance. And okay, thank you. But that it worked out. Okay, call me. Many people around me are burning me. They look at each other, and it seems they have their own language. Shadow people. And then I raised the question about God's love. But then I remember Franciscan Leopold's words. Same people. Humans and already same. I wake up every morning hoping it was a nightmare. So many mornings. Hope. We spend the good part of our lives looking at the sights and sounds of the world outside us. Don't read, don't watch, live. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Indra. Thank you, Christopos. Is there any questions in the room? Yes, please.
At one point, I saw some indication about the way one can improvise. So did you try to make a trace out of your creation, like writing a score? Or
my creation?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about improvisation, so improvisation is unpredictability. So my question is simple, it's what are your intentions when you set up your concept for improvisation in a free attitude?
My intention was... Actually, I write music and with scores, in improvisational music also, But this one was how I can, because when I was teaching students, like, this is voice, this is singing, this is acting, how we can connect it in spontaneous way, in unexpected way, in different spaces. So I chose that maybe this way kind of good for them and for me too. Like, because they got scared on the stage, or the stage and space is changed, and my balance, all the balance, my head and my body is changing. So, or I need to use different sounds and different technique. So in this improvisation, we try many things, and unexpected, expected. So I wanted just for flexibility, my and my students. So, and when I feel that, for example, this project, I felt that this fits for this project. I don't have answer. Yeah.
Thank you a lot. I have 3 little questions. Maybe you answered some of them, but something went out of my mind. First of all, you show the videos from the actors. Who is giving the tasks from them? Is it you? Okay.
The task of our performance, it comes 2 weeks before performance. Actually, not 2 weeks, maybe less, because we want to improvise, and it depends if we have to prepare the role or something. But tasks, actually, we with Kristupas, but actually, we all created. First half year, it was spontaneous improvisation, like in different spaces, and to react what Kristupas and Kazimieras, and how to the lines, what we improvise, and to answer. And then to talk with them, yeah, and then to react to how you feel today and at this moment. Later, it was stable feeling like, I imagine a role, I am opera singer, like, okay, or I am some animal in the forest, or I am Romeo. How they felt, and then the line was, like, line, not like short improvisation, so different. And then now it will be a role with what we are acting, connected with text, and how we approach after, yeah, only musical improvisation, only breath, text, and then final, what we find and how we want to express, combining all those things.
Thank you. You already answered to my other question, but is there only improvisation with the voice, or do they also do, here they only sang, but is there also acting or some kind of movements or something?
Yes, that's what we do together with the acting teachers. They have leaders of their course, so we work with what we act, with their tasks, and what we can add. I didn't show this because I don't do myself different acting exercises. I incorporate with professionals because I'm not actor and I'm not director. So I do it with incorporation, yeah. And actually, yeah, we didn't have time, but there are some videos, but it's not much time now.
But we need for the broadcasting. Sorry.
Hello, thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to ask about the sustainability of these projects. So these are really interesting, great projects, and I always wonder when I hear about them, what happens afterwards, how they can be continued, how the impact can be lasting, and if it's something that has been considered and how it's applied. Thank you.
Yeah, since it's every half year and we create all together, yes, the last our maybe 3 projects we do sensing icons. This one is my web music. Of course, it's long last. Not I hope it's long-lasting. But sensing icons and mind geography, it's about how I feel in different spaces in Vilnius. It will be production that will go further with students. And because we are finishing next year, so yeah, we will prolong this. And actually, we said we want to prolong earlier things and to develop. So yeah, it will go to production and expression. And
thank you very much for the discussion and presentation, of course. Now we have lunch, and so we are perfectly on time. And let's meet again at 2:30, and we will continue with this magnificent event. So, bon appetit. and the floor is yours.
People on their way in. Can you hear me? Well? Yes. Okay, good. Thank you. So, yes, so I'm not a PowerPoint person. Those who've met me before know I rather navigate infinite mind maps on screen while talking, and they're both my notes and what I show you. So please bear with me. So I'm going to talk for a little while about an approach to ensemble improvisation and also solo improvisation, in the sense with only one human, but also with algorithms that I've been working on for at least 15 years. We call it systemic improvisation, and it has sort of led to other concepts that have come out of that, and one of them is entangled performance, which I will also introduce, even though I don't have the answers yet, because that's an ongoing project. So I'll first talk about systemic improvisation, then a little bit about what will happen tonight, because I also led a workshop in this conference that was yesterday and the day before, where we tried a version without computers of these algorithms, and we will have a little performance at 8 tonight, which is part of the conference, so I'll say a little bit about that also. First, very briefly, who am I, for those who haven't met me before? I'm a musician, composer, improviser, classically trained, and pianist also. Very much a synthesist. I play a lot of electronics, but I still play the piano. I also cross over into other forms of art. I'm also a researcher where I both invent new instruments, new technology for improvisation. I work a lot with AI and the aesthetic and ethical implications of AI in creative processes, which is connected to this because it has to do with playing with algorithms. And I have a bunch of affiliations, but I'm mainly in Gothenburg, Sweden. At the university there, I teach composition and do all kinds of weird research. So let's go into the topic. And first, I want to say, it's not just me. I'm the initiator and leader of this long-term project, but we're nowadays, and since maybe 10 years, a group of 4 researchers, where the others are Per-Anders Nilsson, who's a professor emeritus in Gothenburg with me, a free jazz player and researcher. Tim Perkis, who is a pioneer of live electronic music, founding member of the Hub and League of Automatic Composers from the late 70s in San Francisco. And Gino Robert, who's what I would like to call an improvisation master, specialized in rule-based improvisation in San Francisco. And we work with lots and lots of different musicians, and I won't go through all of them. We don't sit in our own chamber, we're out and playing with people. So this project started in 2008, when I, during a summer course, or more like a summer camp for composers, where we were supposed to compose 1 piece per day, and sort of, this kind of speed composition and perform it in the end of the day with a bunch of assigned musicians. I ended up programming the first system, improvisation system, that then led to this long project, and I had no idea, of course, and it was called Dynamic Triads, and I'll show you some examples soon. And the day after, I made another one, and both of these became sort of the foundation of this project. And now it's sort of extended into a series of artistic research projects funded by the Swedish Research Council, and they're still ongoing, but there have been a series of projects because there are always new questions, etc., and we're still playing these systems. This is very much practice-based artistic research. And these systems that I'm talking about, they are decentralized systems where an algorithm of some kind, there are many, many different kinds of systems, interfere or transform or mediate the musical interactions. It doesn't make sound. It sort of is hidden, but it mediates what we do with each other. And we can apply this to any instrument. It can be any ensemble. Some systems are for a fixed number of people. Others are flexible. So this is not about human-computer interaction. It's about human-human interaction, but mediated by algorithms. Except when you do solo pieces like this, the algorithm takes a stronger place, which I will get to later. So it's basically human agents and sort of hidden machine agents that transform interactions between the musician and between musicians. And there are a number of sort of dogmas, desired properties that some of them were stated beforehand, some of them sort of emerged, that describes how these systems work. So one is that the system is always on. It's not that you turn it on to achieve a certain effect somewhere in the piece. You enter this system, it's empty until the humans enter, but it's on, you play in it, and you find a way to end, and then you step out. If you turn it on and off, it's more like a tool and not a system. So games were mentioned before. If you play a game, you're in the game or you're not, right? You can't just choose to play Monopoly for 5 minutes and then do things with the pieces on the board that are not Monopoly. You sort of are in or out. All the sounds, mostly, in these systems come from the human musicians. They're empty when the humans enter. They're designed so that every action is a reaction, every reaction is an action. Everything you do affects the state of the system. It's listening to you, so you can't sort of play beside the system, which means that everything you do has lots of implications, and it becomes like chasing a moving target. And important to understand is that the human players are part of the loop in these kind of systems. It's not like the system is doing its thing and then we react to it, but what my reactions go back into the system. So the feedback processes within the system go in through the human's ears and out through our instruments. So we're definitely a part of it. Also, these systems have no predefined timeline, meaning that you enter them, you try to live in them or play in them, and you have to find a way to end, but it's not like it's not like a big max patch or something where you play a certain part of the algorithm for a while and then another part. They're always on and they're always doing their thing, and you have to learn how to navigate. I also want to mention a distinction that is maybe not obvious to people not working with algorithms. Yeah, I know, I'm a computer geek and a hacker, but so I grew up inside algorithms. You can play on an algorithm, meaning like a synthesizer that generates sound, you control parameters and you treat it as an instrument. You can play with an algorithm, meaning like maybe you have like an AI that answers to your improvisation, so you play with it on the side of it. But here you play in the algorithm. You are actually part of the algorithm. And all the responses, including the mistakes, are meaningful. If you want to read more about this, I wrote about these things in a chapter in the Oxford Handbook of Algorithmic Music a few years ago. But I just want you to be aware of that. So let's go to some examples. So because I'm sure you have some question marks in your head right now. So let's look at this very first system. If I zoom in here, I can make this a little larger. This dynamic triad system that was composed or designed in 2008. 3 musicians, hence it's called triad. Dynamic, meaning that the volume of the playing, the dynamics, are very meaningful. So if musician A plays the sound, it has 3 meanings. It's played out in the room, this signified by the arrow going out. It's stored in a sort of little looping buffer that is always recording, that basically has a few seconds of what has been going on lately, but you don't hear it right away. And the third meaning is that what musician A plays triggers, or rather opens a gate so that we hear what's in player B's buffer, and it follows the dynamic curve directly. So if player A hits a cymbal and it says ding, and in the buffer of B is a note from a double bass, you will hear that double bass merge with that cymbal. So it's sort of, you're basically playing your normal instrument, but you're also playing your neighbor at the same time, playing their sounds. And this is done in a feedback triangle, hence the word triads, that they are connected like everyone's connected to both the other musicians in different ways. So the buffer from musician A is being played by musician C, and etc. So you can also do this with 2 to 4 people, but it was meant for 3 from the start. So we can look at an example. This is with students. So should start at 2 to 10. You hear when he plays the bass, there are notes from the singer coming out. And the drummer also plays double bass sounds. And she plays drum sounds also. And if we fast forward a little bit, here the singer has these percussion sounds in his buffer, and he noticed, oh, she's doing something cool with those percussion sounds, so he stays quiet so not to overwrite them with something else. So this not only creates like rather trivial sort of sonic possibilities of playing other sounds, but also actually is a constraint of what you can do and what you may do, what actually works. And I'll get back to that. Let me show you a quick other example too. Maybe this one. So starts here. This is from Senmat at UC Berkeley in California. This is Gino Robert, I mentioned, part of the research group. And I fast forward a little bit. I stop there because we have limited time. So this is Gino Robert and this is Tim Perkis. I mentioned part of the research group. This is Kyle Brookman, wonderful oboe, experimental oboe player. And I was actually outside of the camera handling the machines, but I was there. And I'm also playing in the system quite often. So well, let me just show a different system also so that you get an idea of how much they can vary. So this one is called brushstroke conversation, and it's between 2 to 4 players, and basically the system analyzes phrases that they play and makes that into a score, either visual or an oral score that is in a little headphone, like a sped up little noise gesture that signals the kind of gesture that they are instructed to play. But of course, it's very open for interpretation. So they're basically trading phrases simultaneously. But the system also warps these phrases and misunderstands the phrasings, etc., and inverts them and does all kinds of weirdness. So it can sound like this. So the thing that you heard before, starting at, sorry, start somewhere here. Sorry. You see they have a headphone. So here there's the hidden information, what they actually hear in their headphones, like an oral little score that their instruction is to sort of follow that. But there's lots and lots of freedom in between. So here they have a task. In the first system, you don't have a task. It's more like a system where you have to find the new implications of what you're doing. There are lots of other systems too, but I'm going to stop there because we don't have time for all of them. There are a lot of aesthetic and ethical choices behind how these systems are made. They have a distributed agency. We did not want a leader. There's this idea of conduction, you know, improvisation with a conductor that sort of has an ensemble and has a large agreed convention of gestures, etc. But there's still a leader. We do not want that. We want sort of a flat structure. We want the systems to be symmetric, meaning that all participants have the same conditions, the same role. We have experimented with heterogeneous systems, but most of them are actually very symmetrical. They're not hierarchical, but yes, we're aware that as system designers, we have a special position. There is a certain amount of anti-modernism in this because we like the flat structure and we like the uncontrollability. Timbre and gesture and form is up to musicians to create within the constraints of the system, and we really embrace emergence, the kind of characteristic patterns that will emerge from trying to navigate your way, trying to live inside these systems. And we're often surprised by what participants come up with inside these systems. There is something that's very important, is the balance between the restrictive properties and the generative properties of constraints. So if you introduce a constraint in improvisation, yes, it limits what you can do, but it also helps you navigate in the infinite space of possibilities. If it's completely open, it's really hard to know where you go. And to generate a path in that infinite space is also actually a generative act, to carve out that path. And this is what these systems sort of help doing. They certainly have a generative capacity. They create a sense of empowerment sometimes. They also create a sense of disempowerment sometimes. But that is an interesting thing to investigate. Also, and I will get back to this, the players are entangled in the systems. Meaning any action has lots of meaning and sort of it's binding up for the future because sounds are stored and everything you do has binding implications for the future. I should just mention briefly that I'm fully aware of the historical connection, of course, to game pieces, John Zorn, Christian Wolff's compositions, etc. Christian Wolff has expressed that he stopped doing game pieces when they became too complex because the cognitive load was very difficult to handle. And there's also a difference in purpose. John Zorn has expressed that he made game pieces to sort of be able to harness the individual expressivity of particular players inside a composition, while we do this to sort of enable new ways of playing with each other. We don't really call it a composition. So we have very different goals with this. Let me see if I'll not focus on this, but I'll just mention again that what happens when typically we do a workshop with a bunch of musicians. Now you saw some of us play here, but very often in the beginning you saw students. We've done this all over the world and close to 100 workshops, I think, now over the years. What happens is that musicians have to think in a new way. They start to play by the usual way, and after a while they have to try to find ways to survive, to live inside the system. Because if everybody just plays as usual, it's just a mess. And what happens when I do this? And gradually you sort of create a cognitive model of the system and you can start to navigate it and actually do things with it. And since now I'm jumping around a little bit in my mind map, but we have studied how people actually learn and identified learning stages. You start by playing as usual. After a while, you start to react what you hear. After a while, you start to play actively on what is happening right away. For example, you trigger the neighbor's buffer. This is using dynamic trials as an example. After a while, you start to think strategically, like providing material for a neighbor, or oh, there's this interesting chord in the buffer now. Let's exploit that. And after a while, there's this kind of ensemble feeling where they together play the whole thing as a musical whole. And sixth stage, they start to relate to form and be able to create interesting beginnings and endings. And the seventh stage is the most fun when they abuse the system. They find bugs in it. And for example, Gino Robert discovered in one workshop that if he just waved his hand in front of the microphone, creating an infrasound that we can't hear, it actually triggers the buffer. So he started to play ghost sounds. And that's because how I implemented the system, it worked. So that's quite an interesting stage. Okay, there are so many things to discuss here. Let me see, I always have too much material and I improvise a little bit. One important point is I happen to have the title Professor of Interaction Design also as one of my main jobs. And actually the primary matter of designing these systems, is the qualities of the interaction, the conditions of collaboration, which is quite interesting. It's not how it sounds, because you never know that, because there are new musicians all the time. But to create the good qualities in the interaction is sort of the main expression. I should say also that, I can't share all results. We've been doing this for a long time, but we haven't published as much as we should. We sort of have a book anthology coming, but it will still take some time. But we analyzed how these systems work, their implications, sort of leader-following formations, transformation functions, timescales, types of cues, audio cues, hidden cues, visual cues, like the strengths of the system, how much it's constraining you, etc. There are all kinds of things that we have been studying, how they can be designed, what are the signals that work. And an interesting side effect also is that, for example, Tim Perkins, who's been working with live electronics since the 70s, he's saying that his old work from the early 80s, he sees that in a completely new light, and with sort of the concept that come out of this project, which is wonderful to hear. We discuss a lot about agency, and I get to that with the workshop here, how we can simplify these systems, maybe even get rid of the computer. And this is an interesting one where I have colleagues, composers, who are so challenged by this way of making music that they can't relate to it and they get angry. But where's the work? What's the composition? This is just like a game. This is completely meaningless. Well, if it's meaningless for them, fine, but we've been playing it for 15 years and we have great fun and we've done like 100 concerts with it. It certainly works. But what is the composition? We don't know. Is it the design of the system? Then I'm the composer of a lot of music. Is it the particular output of a specific session, like 5 minutes or 10 minutes in a concert of one system with a particular set of people? Or is it the complete output? We don't know. And maybe it's not even important. Maybe it's just that it's musicking. We're having fun, we're making music. Who knows? There's a lot of other research around this, like about artistic research and blah, 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 but I won't go into that now. Learning, I already said. And yes, I will jump to the entanglement thing, which I only hinted on before. So it's a loaded word. Entanglement and minimal algorithms are two keywords in the current project that come out of this. Entanglement, of course, is used by Karen Barad, but it's also a neutral word that just means intertwined, sort of together braided in the Swedish direct translation, sammanflätade. It's also, of course, a strong term in quantum mechanics. So just think of it as intertwined, that kind of meaning. Basically, let me see here. Anything you do in one of these systems, it sort of comes from the past, but it points to the future because things get stored in buffers with binding implications for the future. So it affects what you can do after a while. It's sort of like the algorithm takes care of one band of the braid and you do the other, and sort of like goes on like this, like a canon. And it's that kind of generative co-generation with the algorithm that I want to focus on with this. the idea of a minimal algorithm that I also mentioned is just the interesting question. How small can an algorithm be and it still creates the feeling that there is somebody there? Even if you, I mean, because I do a lot of things when the algorithms also get more complex and we have the huge AI models these days, but how small can an algorithm be and it still feels like there's somebody else? And that is actually quite interesting. Let me show you a couple of examples. The absolutely simplest example of a minimal algorithm that also exposes this kind of entanglement is actually a canon. Playing with a delayed version of myself, and I actually do that for practice a lot when I have no friends. Well, I live far outside of the town, I don't have any people around. I play with, like, say, a half a minute or a minute delayed version of myself. And that's way longer than my working memory, so I don't remember what I did a minute ago, at least not in detail. If it's, you know, complex, non-periodic, non-harmonic, free improv stuff. So, so that's quite obvious that I'm alienated from what just happened by the time distance, and it works better than you would think. If you complicate it a little bit, and I start this sound file while speaking, yes. So here I'm playing with a delayed copy of myself, but every even note, thinking of note numbers on the keyboard, has a certain number of seconds of delay, and all the odd numbers have a different delay. So it sort of complicates whatever I've done. And that is way beyond my predictive capacity. My cognitive model is imperfect. So I suddenly have something like an alien playing with me. And it's sort of course I remember if I did something intense, if I was in the bass register, if I was in the treble, etc. But you can never predict the details. So it really triggers, it sort of helps me generate this braid of the future by providing a kind of a warped mirror of my own playing. And that's a good example of this. If you want to listen to the whole thing, it's on SoundCloud. Parity Mirror was, I just named that particular track that. And another more complex algorithm that also has this kind of entanglement, and this one I will actually play tonight in the improvisation games. I'll stop there and just explain 2 seconds what you're seeing. So it's like an electronically prepared grand piano. It's a real grand piano. It has a MIDI sensor. And there's an algorithm that captures all my playing, a little buffer, again. And then from the keys that I play, through a quite complex mapping algorithm, it decides how that buffer is played back, sort of in a granular looping way. So every note I play both goes into the buffer and becomes sound material for the electronic part, which is piano sounds, my own piano sounds, but processed. And it also determines the parameters for playback of those sounds. So whatever I do, I cannot affect the electronic part without also altering the conditions of it. So it's sort of, I'm completely entangled in a way, which makes it very unpredictable, but not random. So there is constantly like a shadow of my old sounds being played, but all my new sounds, to play those old sounds goes into the old sounds of the future, so to speak. So that's an example. There are more, but I can't go into all of them now. So why is this interesting? Lots of reasons. I work a lot with sort of philosophizing about agency when dealing with algorithms and AI and stuff, and most of the rest of AI research goes into larger and larger systems. So you need like a multi-billion-dollar computer center to run them. I want to go the opposite way because I think we still haven't figured out things. I don't like this black box idea of AI, of algorithms, producing imitations of what we do. I want algorithms that I can interact with. And I notice these kind of interesting properties of very, very simple algorithms, and they're not being documented, they're not being researched. So I'm more interested in new ideas instead of larger and larger and more advanced technology. I don't think we have finished the thoughts about the simple stuff yet. So that's one of the ideas. I see that, so this is an ongoing project. I will jump a little bit and just very quickly say a little bit about the material version of these algorithms. I go back to the systemic improvisation. Basically, we thought that, okay, some of these systems just deal with moderating the roles of improvisers, like sending little signals that now you take the lead and you do the background to simplify things a lot. Or now this person is supposed to do opposition against somebody else, or these kind of things. But it's not just dictating that. The input also comes from the musicians about what kind of role configurations they want to see. And we noticed that these kinds of algorithms, maybe not the dynamic triads and these kind of sound processing algorithms, but the ones that just send signals to musicians, we can actually implement them with dice, throwing dice and simple pen and paper. So basically the workshop we did, and several participants are in the room, and we will perform tonight. There are lots of theories about flow and concentration, etc. But these techniques are more about ideas, about sort of synthesizing, generating ideas, and constraining, regulating, and moderating improvisation, and also about, and this is also an effect of these systems that I talked about, that they level the field for musicians. Meaning that if somebody has a tendency, this is especially important when you play with people you haven't played with before. Some people have a tendency to play all the time and take all the space. Other people are more modest and need time to find their place. These kind of systems are sort of enforcing a democratic role distribution. And that's also what we do with these more mechanic throwing dice and assigning various tasks through chance. So it's actually empowering and helping people who are not used to improvisation. Some of these things I already said here, and I should maybe mention especially that also the participants create their own spaces of tasks, and then we delegate to chance to sort of carry them out. So it's really a participatory act. You will see that tonight. I see that I will jump to conclusions. So basically, these interaction models for musical interplay, at least my conclusions, and we've done this with so many people over the years, and we also play them ourselves. It's quite clear to us. They're very meaningful to explore. They're very interesting to play. They can help musicians who are not used to improvisation, and this means musicians from widely different genres. We've done this with folk musicians from various traditions, with jazz players, with classical players, many who have never improvised before. It's quite different from normal musical interaction, more different than you would think. It takes like 3 days to get used to playing in these systems. They have both empowering and constraining implications. They have very clear generative properties. They have an identity, meaning that a particular system, regardless of the people who play it, there are certain patterns that come back, that emerges. Not enough to call it a piece, I would say. I won't claim that. But they also shine new light of how we can interact and integrate with algorithms in a way where we are really intertwined with the algorithms and not just using them as a tool. And finally, I will just finish with a quote from one of my lecture performances where I actually play on a piano, playing on algorithms and talking about how it feels playing with them in these kind of entangled systems. And the end of that, one of my main conclusions is that what I say here. So it's not about what technology does by itself or what it adds to what we are doing. It's about what it makes us do differently together. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel.
Thank you. Is there time for questions?
Yes, we have time for questions.
Do
we have any? Actually, I've got one.
Yes, please.
I'm not sure how relevant it might appear to you, but I'm curious about the authorship. Is the institution of authorship relevant to you?
There's a branch about that here. There, I think I showed it briefly. I'm not so interested in the monetary aspects of authorship, like copyright and royalties and stuff. That word is completely corrupt and infected and blinds us from seeing that there are ways of musicianship where there is no artifact. It's been touched upon already earlier today. There's the activities, the musicking. I'm a strong follower of the idea of musicking. The musical activity is the most important thing. So, yes, I have programmed most, not all, of the systems because my colleagues have created some of them too. But I don't usually say I composed this. We have, for example, it's not been released yet because it takes so much time to mix and we have so many things going, but we had a recording session for a whole week in San Francisco with like 10 leading improvisers, including ourselves, and recorded maybe 50 takes of this dynamic triads with different combinations from 2 to 4 people. And it's planned to be like a triple album, 3 CDs or whatever online distributor you have now. And I won't say I composed those, but yes, I programmed the system. I was there instructing, leading the workshop, the recording sessions, but those players are doing so much. So we would probably put the whole bunch as composers, but, you know, maybe moderated, maybe curated. I have troubles with that word too. I don't know. And is it so important, really? You know? Unless you really want to claim authorship, yeah, I programmed this. I claim authorship of the patch. It's something I programmed. Yes, I designed it. Here it is. Now we play it, and that's something we did together. So yeah, I can claim authorship of the software part, and maybe of curating the workshop together with my research colleagues. But the music we make together.
Yeah, I agree. I'm mostly interested in the psychological part of this kind of collaboration. How do you treat the system or AI as a collaborative partner? And so, yeah, that's an interesting topic. Maybe we'll be able to discuss that tomorrow during the
There was another conference here a month ago where we talked quite a bit about that, and I gave a keynote there too, actually, about the agency of algorithms, and I should point out that AIs are not yet, you know, it's not them doing something, it's us doing something with the help of. They're still tools. That may change though, but yes. But here it's not, here these algorithms are clearly not intelligent, they're simple. But the complexity, and there's a little somewhere here, there's a little branch about that too. Let me just see where it is. Here. Participation of humans contribute enormously to the complexity of the system. So just mirror through a delay the complexity of me playing with that delay, and the fact that I have this delay makes me act differently. And that's what I wanted to capture with that final quote, that just this very simple algorithm, there's just a delay, makes me behave in a completely different way. Thanks to the sort of alienation through time, but also sort of, it's not just me adding one more layer, it's me reacting to a layer that is a bit alien to me, so it feels like there's somebody else there. So it's much more complex than the algorithm having its own agency. It sort of changes the whole conditions of interaction or creates new conditions of interaction. That's what interests me.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's extremely interesting. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of overlap here, but kind of amazing. You've done a lot of things that I really want to do, but don't know how to do them. So
let's do it together.
It's great to see it. I guess I wanted to come back on that and say and find out a bit more about the process of generating the systems, because if you're around this idea of kind of authorship, I know you say it's...
You mean the process of designing the systems?
Right, because it strikes me that, you know, if you're designing them, then there are very specific types of entanglement, potentially interactions that you're maybe pushing towards or interested in exploring at least. So there are certain, you know, it's your aesthetic, it's your kind of those choices. And they strike me as a bit more than designing the system. I don't know, my talk is going to be a very similar thing around like where does compositional voice lie in this kind of thing. And I'm not really sure what the answer is. I might be claiming a little bit more than you're claiming here. But I don't know, what do you think of that?
Well, I totally see what you mean, because I also do generative algorithms, you know, as a composer, systems that generate music. And they always sound like me improvising on the piano, whatever algorithm I use, right? It's really weird. So if I would give them to somebody else, they would still create Pale music. While other types of systems, as I mentioned, these systems have been played by so many people. And they do different things with them. So actually took several years before I started playing in them myself, these ones. So they really been tested, you know, with a wide variety of people from all kinds of backgrounds. But the solo systems, the one which was me and the grand piano, for example, that one is called Foldings Shuffle, by the way, and there's also Foldings Ballad. There are two algorithms with the same setup. I did mention to you yesterday that I did a duet with John Tilbury on exactly these algorithms on two grand pianos at the NIME conference in 2014 in London. And it actually started when he was in Gothenburg, and I just had a little workshop with him, let him try them and see what he liked. And he said, "Can I play this tonight in the concert?" He was going to play on actually Per Anders, my colleague, his dissertation concert. And of course, I said, and you know, it is a system that has this kind of entanglement, but he played it completely different than I do. There I could clearly see the difference. He plays it in a very interesting way. He's more like listening, you know, the AMM. We have also toured with AMM. All of the AMM played these algorithms on a whole tour with me and Per Anders, who we were as like a quartet together. And they have a completely different way of doing things. So yes, but they still, yeah, of course, my aesthetic preferences or my ideas about agency and interaction, of course they're there if I program it. But other systems have been programmed by Per Anders, for example, and he has a background in free jazz, and they are different. Tim Perkis has programmed so much for the Hub over the years. I mean, they're legendary. And he has his aesthetics. But we all share, one thing that is shared in the group is the idea of musicianship. We have in Germanic languages the word musikant, which means like a musician who is focused on embodied playing, the joy of playing, this kind of, you know, the typical images, you know, like a fiddler stomping and playing with their whole body. We want to be that kind of musician on electronics. So we don't want to have the algorithms do their thing, you know, and we're just some kind of pilots and turning a knob once in a while. This is really about allowing for proper old-style musicianship, because we all are musicians like that at heart. I'm still playing the acoustic piano. Per Anders is still playing the sax, etc. Gino is a world-famous percussionist. So we want algorithms where we can be musicant inside. That is one driving aesthetics behind it. We want to sweat on stage, right?
I have more, but I'll
Now I had a question. What's the need of machine interaction in improvisation, since obviously you said that it's the human interaction which performs the music and not the machine which performs the music. So what's the need of such algorithmic and processes that aren't totally today determined by predictable structures through the machines, but that we can perceive because we don't give, as artists, the possibility for someone to follow what we're doing. It's too complex. And when some mathematicians such as Xenakis used computers, he was trying to make a myth of what the mathematics did in the human history up to the present, but there was a statement not being just free to be free, but there was a construction before to say that there is a link between science and art. But here, what is amazing is that in improvisation, which is the unpredictable world, indeterminacy in such as it has been used in experimental music, giving semi-improvisation liberty to improvise, I think there is a contradiction.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong in two ways. The first one, what is the need? Yeah. I mean, there's no final answers here, but there are two misunderstandings. The first one, when you ask, what is the need for algorithms? Yeah, we already have improvisation, right? So what is the need for a new instrument? What was the need to invent the piano? You know, I'm not saying this is better music, it's different music. To play in these algorithms... Yeah. Oh, if you're saying it's not music, we can just stop there. Well, then your aesthetic doesn't include contemporary expressions, and that is a problem, because this is not... This is... What?
It includes film to judge whatever we want to judge.
Yeah.
You are putting algorithm in your music, trying to make us feel that they are freely thought to express free ideas of...
Did I say that?
From us? No, but I try to understand what you are seeking as a composer using computers, which I did, but before, when the algorithms were not so developed that we had to develop music in C, in a totally abstract world, without testing the music that we were doing. So now, there is a slight difference. I think in artificial intelligence is getting to the point. It did get to the point with David Kopp, with Amy in 2002, when he built up a machine which was able to compose in the style of the great classical composers. And
with lots of human labor to moderate the in-between.
Yeah, they invited renowned performers, renowned musicians, and not people that would know anything about music. And the fact is that even the professionals, they got mixed up. They thought that this algorithm, this piece made by a computer was real Mozart piece or Bach piece.
But what does that have to do with this? Because this is a completely different question that I could speak for hours about, because this is my special topic. We could have a whole conference on that, but this is not really related to this. But let me answer another thing you said, and I also been programming since 1979, so yeah, I also been through the abstract, basic algorithmic stuff in common. But you talked about predictability, and I didn't say that. I said it's deterministic, it's not random, but doesn't mean it's predictable. Deterministic chaos is a mathematical concept, and these algorithms actually express that. Chaos doesn't mean chance or randomness. It means that you cannot predict. You have a certain degree or a very large degree of freedom, but they also constrain you, just like established improvisation forms, like certain jazz forms or whatever, do. And you navigate within that and do the best you can within sort of those constraints. And that is also has generative properties, and that's a very interesting challenge. A game to some people, an emotional expression to others. Same here. If you don't like the aesthetics of the music we played, that's a completely different discussion. I mean, we're not talking about how the sounds here. There's so much contemporary music, and there has been done so much music with computers. To say that things done with algorithms has problems, you know, that's like a question 50 years too late. There is a lot has happened since then, but it's not predictable. And what is the need? I don't know. I need it because I'm interested. Why do we need new music? Why do we seek different expressions all the time? New instruments, new timbres, new harmonies, new theories of music, whatever. And this is one of them. It's not improving on anything. It's exploring the unknown, which we can do now thanks to certain technologies, and it's very rewarding to do that. And we have fun playing, and the audience likes it too, at least some of them. So.
Definitely. I'm so excited about these intellectual fights, as Kiki has suggested. So thank you very much, Paula.
Thank you.
I'm really happy that we can celebrate the diversity of the forms and of research we have here. So I'm very happy to introduce my dear colleague from Athens, Kiki Selonik. Continue with the concept of episteme.
Yes, yes, I have to connect my computer.
Yes.
Sorry. Here it is. Thank you very much for being here. So I didn't see it well last night because I was listening to a lot of interesting things. And I have 5 lectures. So I had to choose which one. So I had to answer to some questions. There are some other questions. There are some introduction, what is science, what is psychology. So what is all this about? And people believe that I'm an Aristotelian person in the way that I'm using Aristotle's philosophy, but I'm contemporary human being, so it's not because I'm Greek that I love Aristotle, and I have to say that I'm questioning a lot some things that Aristotle said sometimes, although it's very difficult to do this. So, but I'm a practitioner too. So what I'm doing now is, instead of presenting Aristotle ideas through intellectual thing, let's do it through movement. Let's explain the notions of Aristotle through movement. I will use Laban's vocabulary. I will teach you Laban in a way. I will give you the vocabulary of Laban in order to understand what is going on here in this exercise. So we are talking about is this logic, it's emotion, it's what is this about, but we are speaking about the production of an artwork. I'm speaking and how to become an actor before acting. This means how to create this transformative body and how to give the knowledge to the people to meet the demands of the industry, because they have to play. It's their profession. They have to meet the demands of the industry. So I have to train them. So I'm not a psychologist one, I'm not a doctor, I'm nothing, I'm a movement teacher. So I have to teach them movement. So you have to experience first this exercise that called orchestra is from, they are people on the stage under the certain circumstances of theater, because usually we are training people inside the rooms, whereas at the end of their courses, they have to go in front of the sharks. And the sharks are the audience. And sometimes the audience are so cruel. So you have to train them in the front of the eyes of the people. So to train the neuromuscular system through certain circumstances, as Laban says, specific circumstances, following the Aristotle idea, what it is, it is. There is nothing else there. So using 12 actions, it's the exercise orchestra. First, you have to see the piece, and then we can discuss it. We have to see different dynamic of students, people, professionals. They have, some of them, they have no idea. Some of them, they are professionals. One of them is a dancer. They had no clue about dance, and we did it in one day. And I use something special. So I say, if we created something special, let's put a special music piece in order to see if we can survive with Beethoven.
Έχετε ένα δεματάκι να παραλάβετε.
Δεματάκι, τι δεματάκι?
You have to look each other to have contact, to be aware of your space. So I was coincide with the idea of what Laban meant with invention and which is the freedom when you have principles. We have the principles, but they had the freedom to choose. They have freedom to choose the dynamics of the body, and they succeeded to do something, a movement piece at the first class. So following the ideas of Laban, which is the actions, there are other exercises This one, it's the special theory of kinesthesia. Laban says that we have 4 motion factors. Let's say that this is strong and this is light. This is direct and this is flexible. This is sudden and this is sustained. And this is free or bound. Okay, now we have a body rhythm, but one body part. We have different body parts, so we are moving with different body parts. And Laban says that, let's say that we have this direct, bound, sudden, strong qualities on the one side, and the other side sustained, free, light, flexible. This means that we have this, and then we have this. But there are a lot of different qualities there and a lot of different body parts. So Laban says that let's take a man who has no experience at all, and Laban says that he has no clue about his moving at all. He has no sense of the rhythm because no one can imitate himself. You have to see yourself, you have to notice yourself, to observe yourself, and then to recreate yourself if you succeed to recreate yourself. So in order to do that, Laban says that each of us has a certain rhythm. And some people, they use it more free than bound, more direct than flexible, more sudden than sustained, and things like that. Let's say that we have this scheme here. And we understand some of the qualities that we possess. Still, there are all that things missing. So what the exercises do in the brain, it's the neuromuscular training, is to train your body to have the ability to, not to control your body, to have the knowledge of your body and to enrich your effort qualities and your vocabulary of movement. So after doing classes, I will show you the results, because what's the result for an acting class is to meet the demands of the profession. We have to protect the body, we have to protect the actors, and we have to be aware of their inner life. But they have to go outside and work. And this is very demanding profession now. If you only mention a lot of series that they have a lot of action scenes. So you will see we have 2 solos. You'll see first 2 solos from experienced actors, not dancers, but they are similar to notion actor-dancer, like Aristotle says, that behind theater lies orchesis, means a dance piece in the sense of the movement, rhythm, bodily and voice rhythm. So you'll experience now, you're watching this, you'll see two solos, and then how it is transformed into something else, into a fight scene. Including ballet class, ground technique, and Laban classes. So, brain needs at least 3 years to understand the quality of our movement and the vocabulary we have to expand and to reach at our limits. Then, to expand the limits and to be actors, it's something completely different, because we have to have different style of acting, different style of presenting the things. So, for those who believe that you can go there and you can bring your heart and play to be or not. What is the first? Okay. Let's see what is missing, what Aristotle said. And Laban insisted, and the British school insisted, but Stanislavski says no, because I have to say something, an information. Stanislavski never created a method of acting. Stanislavski created a method of characterization. He never created a practice for the body. He was asking for something. They had ballet classes, they had other classes, they had yoga, they had similar classes with Reinhardt in Germany, but he had no clue how to do with the bodies. So Stanislavski was dealing with the art of characterization. Don't confuse the things, please. It's about speaking about dancer and about choreographer. It's speaking about someone who plays something and the synthesis of something. It's completely different things. And it is completely, they have a basis, but they are completely different from a point of view. You have to do different things in order to see the things from outside and inside. And they insisted, all the people, Bergman, the Russian cinema persons, everyone was against Stanislavski, but Stanislavski won. And Stanislavski is still as a ghost in our academies. Stalin won the case, in a way. Sorry to say. So the neuroscience always says it's not works like that, it doesn't work like that. We are completely, we like this mysticism, we like this idea that you can play. Why not? This is the reason why you have all that celebrities and they pretend that they are actors. It's very easy. All the other disciplines, we are the rubbish of the arts. Everyone can be an actor, but not everyone can be a pianist or a dancer, classical ballet dancer, but everyone can be an actor, including Monica Bellucci. Of course, yes, she can. Why not? What's the difference between Monica Bellucci and Laura Solini? Nothing. Monica is better than he. She's alive, and he died. This is a fact. She's very important actress. Why not? Who can say no? If you say no, they will accuse you that you are a fascist, you don't know who. Oh, Monica is excellent. Okay, Monica is excellent. So you have to be unemployed, because Monica is an excellent actor. But what is missing there, and what Aristotle insisted, is that mimesis is a genre. This means that you have to include your face and all the techniques. They didn't pay attention to the face. And what the brain, something about this, what are you doing, stupid? There is no expression there. I don't care, I'm contemporary. Or I do this. Serious. Okay? So, what is the face? What is the expression? The brain does not understand, because if we say, this is the brain, do you know how much part of this circle is the bigger muscles? And what is the percentage of the tiny movements? This is the big muscles. The other is the tiny movements. We don't train them. We are training this one. In every technique, it's missing. And this is why Aristotle says it's theater. Take off the masks, go out of the theater, let's close the Epidorus, let's go to the cinema, let's go to outer space to play. And this, you need strong, you need muscles, but you need to do that. So, or to take the arms. I'm not emotionally responsible. I'm okay. It's technique. I have passion, and you confuse emotions with passion, with enthusiasm, with the control of the movement. I know my face. I know how to make you, to drag you with me, because I have the power of the stage. What are you talking about? We need someone to say, to be or not to be. I need the word, because I'm trading. I'm afraid My God, Jan McCallum is there, and Helen Mirren. How to play? I want to go to my house. Oh, what the hell? Tom Cruise is here, it's not so good. Oh, dear, my parents is here. It destroyed me. My heart, the blood pressure is up. Control. Think about Frankie Sinatra. Think about Coca-Cola. What are you laughing? This is the instruction from Paula Strasberg to Marilyn Monroe. In order to have the shooting, she was unable to do that erotic dance. To be honest with you. And so they tried a lot of things that at the end Paula shouted on her, dear, think about Frankie Sinatra, think about Coca-Cola. So they had the picture. This is the method of Miss Strasberg. And so years now, we face the same situation. And I think this is the reason why the students graduate from school and never come back. And you know what the practitioner says? Where are you from? Rada, Royal Center School of Speech and Drama. Okay. Bring me my coffee, darling. I will teach you how to enter the door or to go out of the door. Because this is theater. This is not all the clubs you were speaking in the school. So, sorry to say the truth, but they say that. They say, no, Kiki, don't speak about academia, you remove one person. And they say, no, you have to think. You have to read something, please read something. What all this nonsense about Aristotle? I like love and it's all these things. Okay, don't speak about Aristotle. So we are going to academia, don't speak about Aristotle, speak about something else, speak about another contemporary thing. So, what the hell? We have to find this combination. But please, we have to train. It's a must. Otherwise, we have to close the academy to go to our houses. We are ready. We are actors. We are directors. To be a director, my God, I'm afraid to say the word. Because there were a lot of very good directors out there. How to manage this? To create something, it's not that we are innovating at all. Someone existed before. But we have to be brave to fail. We have to do the step, but we have to have the training. This is the control and the mastery of the body. It has nothing to do with things, but I'm ready to play. Because the director, they don't stay there waiting to have the real emotions there. They say, we have no time, I have to play the studio, go, what is that guy? I don't want to collaborate with him. I want someone who knows the play, who knows how to play. I want an actor. Okay, and the poor actors, they don't know what is acting. This is what they train in the school. And the school has no connection with the industry. And we are closed in 4 years, 3 years in the rooms, and suddenly they have to deal with the SARs. And the SARs, they are the audience. We don't teach them how to feel that I'm an actor. Okay, I'm unemployed, but I'm an actor. I know my profession. So eventually I will find work, but I'm an actor. I have my identity as a professional human being. And this has to have with the responsibility of the academies, the responsibility of the teachers, that they say that they know their profession. It's a lot of things, because we have to respect the audience, and we don't respect the audience at all. And this is ethos. If we go back to Aristotle, this is ethos. To respect the other people money, they pay to see us, and they pay to see a good theater performance. And they know who's good or he's not good. And this is the process of Aristotelian thought. I mean, how to think in a different and synthetic way, and to create art, because there are some principles, but there is no recipe. Not Aristotle, even Laban gave the recipe. They gave principles and tools, nothing else, like the music.
Thank you very much, Kiki. We are really impressed by your suggestion. Yeah, probably a lot of things to discuss. We are slightly behind the schedule, but if there is an urgent question, please feel free to ask. I anticipate that there is a question regarding Stanislavski's heritage, because I wouldn't totally agree with you regarding Stanislavski's attitude towards corporality, but that's the big discussion.
Just to say something, that Sergei Cherkassky at St. Petersburg, who is the researcher of Stanislavski, explained in detail the method of Stanislavski. And in Athens, if you remember, in 2019, Sergei said to us, there is no method of physical action in Stanislavski. It's something that the other people said, that the Stanislavski said this. Stanislavski was dealing with the method of characterization, not about training the actors. So this is the truth. So it is for the other people to search how these rules can work or not work. My job is to have a body there, ready, free, to do whatever he likes without harming the body, because we have also this problem. So I never said that Stanislavski, it's not a good system. I say what Sergei said, that Stanislavski never did a method of acting.
Yeah, I just would like to draw our attention that some contemporary researchers and artist researchers consider Stanislavski as a practitioner and researcher of psychophysical acting, and Philippe Zerilli is one of them, of those researchers. But okay, we will discuss that.
Sergei Cherkassky has 800 pages researching about Stanislavski, and he never found this.
Okay, we will find something. Thank you very much, Kiki. Thank you.
Okay, we will now try to connect to Zoom. 1 second. Okay, so can you hear us, right?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfectly.
Great. So I'm seeing my in two different screens. Great. I'm just gonna organize my screen a little bit, and
yeah. I'll try to also
I've been
somehow.
literally blown away from all the presentation from yesterday, and then thank you so much for hosting this event. It's a great pleasure to join.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, please try to share your screen.
So I guess you're going to be seeing the title page of my keynote here.
Yes.
Great. Shall I begin the presentation right
Yes,
away?
please. Yes,
Okay.
we are ready.
I know it's been pretty long already, so in the afternoon. So I'll try to be succinct at this point. So yeah. Hello and greetings from Seoul, South Korea. It's very nice to meet you all. I'm Jonghyun-Ju. I go by Ju, by the way. And I'm a Haegeum performer. I wonder if you can see this instrument that I'm holding right here with me. This is Haegeum from Korea, the Korean traditional instrument. I'm a Haegeum performer, composer, and researcher based in Seoul, South Korea, and Los Angeles, California. Currently teaching in the School of Performing Arts at Seoul Institute of the Arts as an assistant. It's such an honor, and I'm so glad to be here today, and would like to thank all the committee members who organized this amazing conference. I really wish I could enjoying the whole amazing conference in person, but thank you so for hosting it on Zoom as well. So today, I would like to present my research beyond the institutionalized body, extension of body and medium in improvisation, that I have been exploring the physical and philosophical relationship between the instrument and performer in my practice. And this is based on my doctoral research paper that I recently wrote at the California Institute of the Arts, CalArts, as a part of my doctoral thesis. So considering given time, again, I'll try to present some main points actually. Before going into the research, I introduce myself a little more to give you a bit of the background of this research. So I've been playing the haegum, this Korean two-stringed fiddle, for almost 20 years so far, and went through all the classical training in Korean traditional music, such as court music, folk music, and contemporary music. And I started improvising and composing when I was an undergrad student in Seoul, which means I had been extended my practice from a so-called classically trained player or interpreter to an improviser or composer who's frequently labeled as free or non-idiomatic performer in the Western world. And at this, some of you might have a question. Isn't Asian or Korean folk music in general kind of already improvised? And why did you get into the world of improvisation so late? And the answer is yes, it is. But even though the music or nature of the music is highly based on improvisation, I had very, very last chance to learn how to improvise during my training in Korean traditional music for so many years. Since many of the repertoires at this point are already canonized, and the way they train this music in the institutions was actually very similar with the so-called Western conservatory system, relying on fully notated score. So the presentation will be focused on how I have been extending the relationship between my body and instrument, from highly institutional body or institutionalized body to a point that body becoming creator, which you'll see later. Mostly interrogating an internally initiated process of transition from a classically trained musician to what we call free improviser. So first, I would like to mention some physical interactions that is entailed in haegum at a personal level, very much from a performer's view itself. So playing the instrument, I guess not only the haegum, but many cases for acoustic instruments, entails the interaction of two physical bodies, the performer's body and the instrument itself. For instance, the left and right arm from shoulder to elbow to wrist to fingers of the performer is directly or indirectly attached to parts of the instrument, such as strings or bow stick, a hand grip, or neck of the haegum. And through daily active practice, the performer's body absorbs how the instrument responds to her physical movement or action. So in this interaction, not only two bodies, but also different mediums here that mediates two bodies, such as accumulated practices, musical training, social environment, or musical scores actively contribute. Basically meaning that this kind of triggers performer's body to move in a certain way, enabling to play the instrument. So let's get into these bodies and mediums in detail. And this is the other kind of illustration of the whole process. And this is a zoomed in image of the moment of friction between the string and the bow hair when it's bowed the instrument. So I just introduced two concepts that comprise haegum performance, which was capital B, body, and capital M, mediums. So each body, the performer, myself, and the haegum is an organ that has its own physical mechanism that has a membrane that can make a voice. Right? Each part of the body always interacts with or relates to the other parts of its own body as well as parts of each other's body. They can speak, react, stimulate, respond, and resist each other. In musical performance, also, there's often a text or score filled with symbols. It could be a Western 5-line notation. It could be a Korean traditional time-unit box notation, or musical notes, graphics, or written language that I read or interpret to play. So these instructions, which I define an explicit medium that connects the performer and in the act of music making. Further, any tangible entity such as a code player or a conductor that connects two bodies existing outside the performer under the explicit medium as well. This code players can make the concept more dynamic for sure. And my bodies can become medium to other bodies, or their bodies can become medium to my bodies, or each body can exist independently. And at the same time, right here, implicit mediums such as accumulated practice, personal habit, tendency, and taste, things like that also exist as constants that I ingrain or develop throughout my training or throughout my practice over the years. Some of the social and political environment surrounding the performer can also be included in the realm of the implicit medium, since it's already embedded in the performer's consciousness, which contributes to the decision-making process in performance. This is not a fixed kind of concept, but can change over time or depending on the situation. So how these bodies and mediums interact with each other in different performance settings? Does a certain one dominate over others, or do they equally contribute to the performance? Or how deeply the performer engages with each medium? How do they manipulate each other? And of course, it's a dynamic relationship, and how they work is always different. It's really hard to kind of generalize these relationships or these exchanges. Here, I would like to introduce some 3 different relationships that performers can have, which is a performer existing as reader, or interpreter, or creator. So my kind of main side, or my main part is the creator part, which is more about the improvisation. So I'm gonna try to summarize some main points for the reader and interpreter part. So again, unlike European classical music, Korean traditional music, that's my initial musical background, is not a history of great individual composers or masterpieces, but it's actually an accumulative practice of a certain era, region, or social class, or community. The irony is that the music itself was developed or composed or transmitted through oral tradition in earlier days, and of course there are some notated practices for music. But however, the way I learned this music was pretty much like learning European classical music repertoires nowadays. In other words, the practitioners to play nowadays are the readers, like capital R readers, to understand, interpret, and realize that the written text, what I call explicit medium, transcribed and documented by the past generations. So readers practice, the performer would pursue a good sound that is endowed and approved by the people outside her, not necessarily herself. And she would try her best to make the desired sound with her instrument that history or society expect and assume. Or it can be some sound that her teacher would expect or assume to her. And this is not also necessarily closely related to what she thinks or like what I think is appropriate sound or good. And the next relationship, performer existing as interpreter, and it can be something like some situations like playing newly composed music with a certain composer. So how does this institutionalized body work in the situation of playing non-traditional repertoires? Like, for me, it's going to be a new music piece written in a Western system, which was not a initial background of my music, although very familiar to the Western notation system. So pieces that are not part of an established canon or works that are not completely written by a certain composer require the performer to expand their range of interpretation, introducing decisions, choices, possibilities, options, and considerations that must be made by the performer themselves. So this expanded role of interpreter includes broadening their implicit medium, making the relationship between the body and the musical piece more dynamic than in the reader's practice. In other words, as more authorship of the piece is given to the performer, the presence of the performer's body and their relationship to the instrument in the piece, or music, whatever, become more important in the compositional process. Many of the musical decisions, like what to play and how to play of the piece, are determined by implicit mediums like technical skills or personal tendency or habit, muscle memory, experiences that the performer herself would have. And the less the explicit medium or composer or the musical score restrains the piece, the more the performer's bodies and her implicit medium are engaged with the piece. The distance between each medium, body, and the piece or the music or performance itself becomes a lot closer than in the reader's practice. But still, the hierarchy remains the same. Kind of the concept of realizing the piece is primary, and the bodies are a tool to achieve that, or just small and medium to achieve them, and capital and mediums connect them. Lastly, in the situation of improvisation, conceptually, the performer creates or composes and realizes the music at the same time, which means performer, in this case, exists as creator. So improvisation can take place in different musical situations. You know, it can be done at a personal level as a part of a compositional process, or it can be done in the midst of playing a certain piece of music, or it can consist a whole just concert-length performance. There can be a lot of different concepts though, but I would like to introduce some more expanded concept of implicit medium. So many discourses on improvisation, especially in the jazz or free improvisation world, take the word idiom seriously. They often evaluate the quality of the improvisation according to how original the performer's musical vocabulary was, and how different it was from previous idioms, like which idiom did they use, things like that. And when the performer improvises based on the idiom from a certain genre of music, and they rename it as a genre named improvisation, like jazz improvisation or Krukauskas improvisation, things like that. And George Lewis, an important figure and scholar of improvised music, made a critique on what he calls the Eurological concept of improvisation that overrates a pure spontaneity and practices that eliminate reference to known styles, ignoring preconceived formulation, scoring, or content. And I view Lewis' concepts of the preconceived content, memory, and history in this context, which are also defined and signified as idioms. And I define that as implicit mediums that frame and surround the performer. It is an important element in improvisation because it's a dynamic concept that is so closely attached or sometimes conflicts with the spontaneous nature of improvisation. The spectrum of the implicit medium in improvisation gets much wider than the previous practices, or the performer as reader or interpreter. It refers to the pre-embedded elements that influence the performer's musical choices, such as previous performances, musical vocabulary, practice history, listening history, and the sequence of musical choices preceding the current choice during the performance. So again, therefore, I define the traditional term idioms as implicit mediums, or the extended concept of implicit mediums that are embedded in the performer's body and mind from their previous practices or existing genres. If a person has both languages, what we call languages from jazz and language from Indian raga, it's all part of their implicit medium that the performer has accumulated over time. And it's not only implemented in the performer's body itself, but it could also be the performer and their instrument. In the creator's practice, new implicit mediums can be developed and presented in real time during the performance. And this is one of the most exciting and amazing side of performer being or existing as creator. So this is some kind of easy or kind of direct example. So in a dual improvisation situation, a performer A, can learn a new musical vocabulary or timbre from performer B, a co-player. Excuse me. And when it's quickly absorbed into A's body, and A brings that out in the performance right away, A's implicit medium is expanded in real time, almost real time. The explicit medium of A directly contributes to the implicit medium of A, because the explicit medium of A was basically B's body, And in other words, B's implicit mediums, the techniques and idioms, are absorbed into A's implicit medium, letting A expand their implicit medium. So I would like to show just 1 or 2 minutes long video that how this can be demonstrated in the real situation of improvisation. And let me know if you can hear the sound, and I can unshare.
Sound works. Thank you.
This is just really a minute-long snippet from, no, not even a minute, 30 seconds long snippet from a 30 minutes long improvisation. And as the time goes, we continue developing some specific mediums, such as like this. So, and all these videos are on my YouTube, so if you're interested, you can listen to the full thing on YouTube. And I mean, and this entanglement was already up in the previous presentation, and I also am aware that this is such a loaded term, but it's really inevitable to mention this entanglement. So not only medium, but also the role and range of two bodies get entangled. So again, for instance, in the purpose of solo improvisation, which is different from the previous examples that I showed, without any external entities, the instrument and the performer, the bodies themselves become primary in the music. So they are independent beings that have their own physical mechanism, but are closely connected. They're in a complementary relationship and interact with each other in real time. And especially as the performer tries to make less use of institutionalized implicit mediums, the immediate and direct physical interaction solely coming from the dialogue between two bodies, which means literally like direct dialogues from the performer and the body itself, that just becomes the music. The performer and the instrument speak, react, stimulate, respond, and resist each other. So in this practice, the performer does not utilize the instrument as a tool anymore. They create self-idioms or mediums together at the moment by exchanging physically. The Hegum, for me, reads me. The Hegum reads the performer by physically responding to her tension and pressure. Like, I'm not sure if you can see the literal tension and pressure. Maybe I'm going to unshare my screen real quick to show you. That has totally different meaning. So the string literally gets my tension, both for the fingering side, which is left hand, and the bow side, which is very loose bow. So the performer reads it by listening and sensing the resistance from her fingers and arms as well. And let me share my screen again. This interaction takes place in a constant loop. I would like to end with one of my favorite French philosophers, Jean-Luc Nance's quote that I'm making here, but I'm not a expert in French philosophy as a whole. I'm not a philosophy professor though, but Nancy's philosophy on the body as a living or sensing entity liberates this interaction. I'm not going to read the whole thing because I would like to also get some quick questions from the audience. So Nancy's idea of body applies not only to performer, but also to the instrument. And furthermore, both the performer and the instrument enact both force and resistance, counterbalancing these weights against each other with no external assistant. And they open up and constrain each other, creating a language beyond the implicit medium, beyond their institutionalized body. I understand this as pure spontaneity, going back to George Lewis, in improvisation practice. The focus must be on the real-time interaction between two bodies, rather than pure, which is original, which is pure originality or ignorance of previous idioms or references. And this such vulnerable position of the body, like a predetermined set of musical decisions, creates tension and energy that greatly enlivens the improvisation. And thank you so much for listening. And I would welcome any questions that would arise from the audience. And here's my contact and website if you would like to further questions that you would like to discuss, or if you would like to see my work, you're welcome to reach out to me at any point. If you're visiting Seoul at any point, just let me know. This conference has been really amazing. So,
thank you very much. I hope you can see us at least in the little screen there.
A bit little, but I think I can see. I'm going to pin this Zoom.
Yeah. It's because like if I put it too big on Zoom, then we will get some interesting video feedback, which is nice and artsy. But anyway, so thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any questions? I think we have a time for one or two.
thank you for a very interesting theme. And can I ask, or maybe I just didn't hear, why you chose this very, like, really specific and interesting theme? Yeah, and another question is, when I saw Dua, is it like, it's very organic way of, it was of communication with drummer, and really, and do you often use it as a path or as interpretation of first phrase of improvisation? I don't know, I did it formulated, but it was like you were one and suddenly you were two. It was very nice.
Oh, thank you for the question. And that's really an amazing question. That's an interesting question. Actually, the first one, why I chose this theme, I think I've always wanted to kind of really know what I am doing with my Heiken. And then really just playing, first of all, like before really going into this philosophical kind of research, it's as a just musician who has a initially performer background, I really wanted to know how, first of all, what I'm doing, and just playing like canonized repertoires that have a lot of distance with my actual body as a performer wasn't really satisfying to me. And then that was really a whole kind of point that I started like improvising and then experimenting with my instrument and composing for my instrument, and primarily I really started composition, like writing for myself, because I wanted something else other than the canonized repertoire that I would learn in the schools for so many years. So I think that's a kind of initial question, and then as I improvise and compose for myself and friends more and more, I really felt literally the relationship between myself and instruments are getting in a very different level. I really felt a lot of like kind of like going to like first feelings that I have never felt while performing or playing this instrument before. Even very very kind of typical like extended techniques I would play, like pizzicatos or double stops, and some techniques that I used in that improvisation. Like playing those whole non-traditional techniques were just so different kind of feeling, as a performer for me. And then I really started digging into these topic kind of in different ways, like sometimes in a in a form of like performance art, even sometimes in a form of like free improvisation for like 4 hours or just for a few minutes. So I think this will be a really ongoing topic as a performer researcher for me. And then I don't really know how it would go in the future. I think the relationship and these whole kind of um, um, level and depth, like always is changing. And the second question, it's really interesting that you noticed that, like, do I use the first phrase that I'm when I'm doing the improvisation on and on? The answer is yes and slash or no. Like that's like using those first phrases is kind of also somewhat related to like motif-based composition. So yeah, but it's I just really enjoy kind of like remembering the previous stuff that I did doing while I improvise, and then kind of really enjoy like putting some variations on those phrases at the middle of the performance or at the end of the performance. And I think that really tells like how the mediums and the bodies are so much entangled. This would answer your question. It's a really cool topic to discuss, I think.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more questions? Maybe, if I may, I would have a little suggestion for you, since you are interested in the philosophy of body. So Yeah, I don't know if you are familiar with the philosopher Alvo Noe.
I briefly got introduced to his philosophy like long ago, but no, I've never digged into his theory or philosophy.
Because he investigates the perception, and I have noticed some correlations between your theoretical background and his research. So probably it might be interesting to you.
Well, that's great. I mean, the whole theme of perception is like this next kind of topic that I would move further from this research, because this is really where performers very spontaneous and direct kind of interaction with the instrument itself, and then I've been very, very interested in like what happens in the perception level, you know, how the cognitive processes are actually like, and then how, you know, I can even get closer to defining these relationships or interactions. So thank you very much for your suggestion. I will definitely look into that.
Thank you for your presentation. No? So,
yeah. So I think that's it. Thank you. I hope to see you live someday here in Vilnius or some other place where we'll organize conference like this. So see you next time. And join us also for a virtual cup of coffee. Or drink coffee at home, I guess, if it's not too late. And for the panel discussion tomorrow, please, if you can. Yeah, that's in the program. Anyway, now we have 20 minutes for coffee. Maybe we are a bit late, but we also have a bit of a reserve. So we have one more presentation and then also presentation performance later. Thank you. A little break.
tell me when I start. Okay.
So I will maybe sit near you so that the camera can see me. So we have a great pleasure to move towards next presenter. It's very interesting, yes, they continue this theme also from the sense of composition. I'm a composer myself, so I'm very interested what you will have to say. So please, welcome.
Thank you very much to have invited me here to speak. This is not the first time I came here 4 years ago to give a talk on acting and performing music. It was a sort of relationship with theater, because when you come on stage, you perform as a musician. And we have seen this morning also someone performing who was in fact doing a lot of gestures that were helping the inspiration. So, and I asked the question, is it improvisation, and can we set the improvisation to some sort of feelings that are tied to the body only, which is the case, because the previous communication was mentioning Jean-Luc Nancy, a French philosopher, who for sure spoke about the embodiment of the performance of the actor, of the performer when he plays music. So I am coming from the composition and the research, I would say. So you can see, contextualize probably better the use of my vocabulary. As a composer, I'm not so active. I don't write so much. I got some sort of disillusion by the automated processing of algorithmic procedures in composition. And since I am not the sort of computer geek, and I live in America for 8 years in California, because I worked in the UC San Diego system. It was mentioned earlier that part of the computer music started in some of the American campus, but basically also in France for sure, and in Europe even, and everywhere finally. So the idea here is that I am a composer working in a visual art department, which is a contradiction, doing sound and not music. So I say this because I have developed a research laboratory about sound and art design, or sound design, and which is rather, it's not new in terms of the expression, lasted since 2 generations. But what's new, it's to have a society which is more and more caught by sounds everywhere we go. It hasn't changed, but they are automatized, they are digitalized, they are sampleized, if I can say so. So these sounds are pure, real matière now. Before, for sure, a performance needed the concept to be re-performed, replayed, because we couldn't record things. So it had many implications on creation, for sure, but also on the perception of music and also on the perception of sound. Sound itself being nowadays, or since the last century, a major focus for composers in composition and maybe today in improvisation through machine. So I said from where I was coming from, and when I was called for this possibility to do something on improvisation, improvisation, composition, I started to think of one image that I had. It's a composer who is both a visual artist who said that, and that's where I took my title from. So I am talking about an English graphic experimental composer, Cornelius Cardew, who is the known composer for having made the best scores in terms of graphic design, but the most difficult to interpret in terms of, I don't know if they are difficult, but they don't give so many cues for performance. So what do you improvise when reading them? For sure, it was very interesting previously to have made the difference between reading, interpreting, and creation. If it's both the same thing, because everything is given in one whole system, as would say Edgar Morin, a French philosopher, who is now 102 years old. That's important to say. I think there is a hierarchy into the process of generating sensations through the fact that the sensation requires sensorial activities, and it was said by Kiki previously. It's for sure when there's a difference between improvising, saying something, and reciting a text already, being seated and starting moving. We're going to express and to catch something totally different, that's for sure, and that's the power. I am sort of questioning, I did question this from the performing side as a composer in two pieces that I might show if I have the time, and if I can start reading my paper, but this is not important. I called my, I want to read this sentence. This sentence says, improvisation has given birth to an informal sound, and I play with the term informal because I used it 30 years ago in a composition that I called semi-improvisation style versus as opposed to formal composition, which is not formal sound. An informal sound that has a power over an emotional, our emotional reaction that formal music does not, because its action is subliminal rather than cultural. So me, I consider that we improvise in the everyday life since we are born, and we know that because we experience life being caught by the spatio-temporality. We smell in space and time, so we are always improvising, but it doesn't mean that we abandon our consciousness, which is also the case when we reach a state of mind where we enter into a sort of deposition, such as the shaman Alevi Bektashi in Turkey. When they lose control of their self, they are into a sort of improvisation, but which is not controlled by any consciousness. And I quote here, someone this morning quoted Damasio Antonio, about the new consciousness. And I think this is what's happening when you are into some sort of trance, musical trance, where you still perform, but you don't control. Your body controls and takes the part of your soul to go with the time. So for me, this sort of music that I imagine improvised is subliminal, versus improvising for me is always improvising into frameworks. If you don't have a frame, you don't improvise. So another way to say that we are born to perform, not to improvise. If we improvise, it's because we are conditioned by an image of what the society wants us to be. Okay, so it has implication in art for sure. It has a lot of implication into processes, into music for sure, because music, formal music, would be music which is defined by the score, which is going to be influenced. I'm talking about a certain music before the avant-garde. We agree. Before the 1950s, okay? I'm talking about the fact that the history of music has been transformed and performed for sure, informed, but improvised too, but in the framework composers were improvising at the time of Bach. It was still a framework of canonic rules that were tied to religion at that time. I recall that the separation between an art which would be totally free. I'm not talking about Aristotle and the Greek antiquity, that with the pandemism they were not caught by dogma or doxa. But it started 400 years ago, but 200 years ago with the Enlightenment, we started to have originality, especially in the cadenza, to let the people improvise and perform. And there is something also I wanted to say about performance versus improvisation, and performance versus composition. Before, the composer was more in touch with reality, but the reality was not the representation of the world, for sure. It was the bourgeois reality of the people that could listen to music in the concert hall, okay? But at least there was no recording, so the valuable person was the composer more than the performer. As soon as we have had the reproduction of the sound, we pay more attention to the performer than the composer. We don't even care about who did that. If culturally we can, because we are conditioned, recognize that it's Mozart, Beethoven. If we come from Western culture, it's okay, but what I say is that people are going to buy a CD for the performer, and not, the composer not only, without any doubt too. So I haven't started my paper, so I want to talk about the influence. So I am going to just say some words about why I came to this concept, you know, of, I'm sorry, I'm mixed up in my papers. Okay. Yeah. Just what is for me formal composition versus informal composition. First, improvisation, and I spoke a little bit during the questions that what do we mean by improvisation? First, it comes from the theater, not from the music. So that was important that we had an sort of very improvised, sensitive presentation. to understand that we are asking to a musician a real acting theater, if I can say so, when we improvise. And it was said this morning by you that when you come on stage, you are somebody else. And it's right for the musician. If he has this instrument, if it's his voice, it's more difficult. But if he has this instrument, the guitar, the piano, he can rely on it. But if he has nothing, that he doesn't know what's going to be the next time, it's more difficult. That's where the improvisation is. So improvisation is the activity of making or doing something unplanned in advance. And I like to meditate on this because the fact that we unplan something is in fact not totally right in terms of art for two reasons. First, because if we want to do something, we give ourselves the aim of doing it by methodically saying, I have this calendar and I will start this piece and I will perform it this date. First, there is this aspect of the thing. If we do something, it's because we want. It's the will which is important. And the second thing is that we have a technique. It was said 3 to 5 years in music to become a real pianist. It might take 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Myself, I tested myself on classical guitar, doing 7 hours per day, and I said, why 4? That's very beautiful, but the repertoire is so, and it was said also before by the previous intervention, because I want to have my instrument sound differently. I know by heart this music, this repertoire, as we call it, the repertoire of the written music. I want something else. I want my instrument to give me something else. And also what was said that I appreciated before, I can do a little synthesis of what I heard, is that when we perform with the machine, we are in fact with two bodies. One is totally objective and has no feelings, which is the machine, but it has, maybe we are going to recognize that very soon, and ChatGPT is helping in this way, a possibility to interact with us cognitively, because it's a processed language. And we do function like that, but there was semiotic aspect this morning, it was interesting. What may be asked is, and it's what we think today, the empathy aspect of the machine is not yet well perceived, but it will come through language, not through its body. I mean, through its body, yes, through prosthesis, because in art we use prosthetic elements to increase finally our body. And in fact, we use it to control more digital aspect of transforming technique for sound, for example. But it's also interesting to understand that this unplanned in advance is a contradiction, because you cannot unplan something in advance, you understand? And it's where I like the philosophical aspect of improvisation, because it's a very unbalanced term, if I can say so. But it's where the genius of musicians is expressing too. And it's probably where the climatic aspect of classical music is revealing the best. Through the performance, but through also the fact that into the performance there is some sort of abandon, which makes us feel that he's driven by the music rather than by something else. Is he driven by the sounds themselves or by the grammar, the syntax of the tonality, the resolution of the chords in the harmonic progressions? Because in music, tonality, you know, you have a progression, and you know when you hear it, that's where is acculturation, that the next time he's going to go there, except if he modulates the composer, such as Wagner, to destroy this mechanism of what I call the affective power of the note, of the pitch. And all the music classic is driven by this aspect. And that's why it's interesting, but we can't be too radical to escape from it by letting the machine do the work instead of us artists, because for sure it will never be the equivalent, but it will have a sufficient intelligence to drive us where we want to go. We are going to tell her, and it's what we do when we do machine learning. We are helping the machine to improvise with us good answers. Okay, so the other aspect of it, of improvisation, is that it is both a concept and a process of creation. A concept, I think you have seen, because it's the intention, it's an idea. And the process, it's a development, because you see in musicology that you analyze the progression. I said harmonic progression, but it could be rhythmic progression, melodic progression. But also in a piece, you have low motion, slow motion. You can vary everything. You have understood that the pitch that we can catch are 20,000 hertz, which means 20,000 units. But what do we do? What do we do with that? But if we know that in between one frequency and the other frequency, we can train our brain to feel even more microtons, it's infinite. Like digits are infinite to represent what we are. So a concept and a process, and there's another concept, the spontaneity of the performance with no specific preparation. So I will talk more briefly now because, in fact, I had imagined to organize my talk in formal composition and improvisation. First, what's the difference? I found all what I say, it's just ideas based upon knowledge and research. I don't pretend that I have the truth in me. I am also an interpreter of what it is. But I met different situations that allowed me to think a way and not another way. So the second thing was tradition, transgression, free jazz, and ecstasy. And the third was experimental music and improvisation. And the last one was generative processes and objective sublimation. Obviously, it will be difficult for me to speak, but just to show a little... okay, so this is because when I read the the paper for this event, there were different domains of research. And I picked up the one in between composition to be the more tied to what I know, what I can talk about, you know. Okay, so that I already said. I already spoke of that. So that's, okay, I will comment on the relationship between composition and improvisation using specific strategies, I call them like that, up to recent development in AI. Specific strategies for me as a composer it's a way to create an elaborated sketch for a music composition, not to say a work of art that was like up to 1950s. Then after there was this division. In a work of art, there are some artists, and you have seen that before there were someone who, when you developed something with computer, you are not the total owner of what you developed, you know. Although I disagree with that because if you want to have your own rights, you can declare to the Society of Authors and Composers and get money in exchange. So you have to declare and consider that you are the owner of what you produce as helping, assisting composition. But they are at IRCAM in Paris, for example, which is the Institution of Research, Coordination, Acoustic and Music. You have people that help composers to develop their own computing system. They are engineers, scientifically based. So specific strategies, you understand. And I just say that work of art, since Umberto Eco is open, and I like this idea of not considering a piece of art as with a beginning, a middle, and an end, as would say the cineast François Truffaut. There was this revolution during the 70s in France about what do we express? Do we need to have a real story to tell people? I mean, this is the natural post-revolution, post-68 revolution with the beatnik movement, with the computer age coming, with the cybernetic and with everything which had produced, you know, some sort of explosion in the art, you know. Basically, an auto-destruction, the idea of losing far away the subject, and the subjectivity also today. Because, in my opinion, is that improvisation with machine, as it was said before by the previous talker, with George Lewis, who was for me the first, and he was my teacher in San Diego. George Lewis, he's in Columbia University now. He invented the program called Voyager. During the 70s, 80s, you know, early 80s, I think. And when I presented a piece, he was there. And he started to develop the interactive composition with computers, but that was really, as we say in French, le béaba, the very beginning of it, you know. So he improved it, collaborated with different institutes such as MIT, Stanford, IRCAM, in Pennsylvania also you have Tech, ProTech, or I don't know. And his process, his engine, if I can say, because you build up an engine, is responding better and better to him. So he goes into a total communication, which is very well articulated. I didn't think of presenting that, but just to mention that, okay, so you read that. Now, today work of art can be created by generative processes. Therefore, as automated production, but we have understood that, but it should shake us a little bit more. What's left to improvise while performing? Which position for the body in such complex? So I could go much further in just to show you what it does, because I could not speak about all of this, but I want to show you. It will be okay. Gunnar Gese is that's another thing I wanted to show you. Yeah. So if you hear that, let's see. So Gunnar Gese, sorry. He uses one guitar to produce all of his sounds, and he doesn't move so much. Oh, sorry. I have to get rid of this. I'm sorry for this. So when you saw the body of the guy and what's produced, kind of sound you see, what's the body doing there? Just cognitively pressing some information. It evolves but it's still an improvisation. Okay, I wanted to show you what I intended to show you, but I wanted to start, and I think it's better if we just listen. I wanted to start with this, which is Chick Corea. He died not a long time ago, an improvisation and jazz, it was also said. It's where improvisation started, in fact, from a systematic manner, okay? And improvisation was at its summum with Charlie Parker in bebop, because the idea was at that time to have as much note in a minimum of time. And one had to think, because for the non-musician, when I was talking about harmonic cycle, when you improvise in a jazz, it's normally a chorus of 8 bars, and it repeats 4 times, so you have what we call an anatole, and the structure is repeating the 8 measures, which might have like 16 chords, for example. So the 16 chords are a grid that is into the mind of the performer, and he just have to count. It's an active band who is always connected to counting, such as is the music from India. The best counters like that can calculate very quick, the Indian. Why are they all in Silicon Valley? No, I think they have something about the rapidity. So let's listen to this concert that was given with a Japanese Ozone, also a pianist. And it's just to... c'est the concerto for 2 piano, number 10 of Mozart. I'm not going to play everything. Okay, so sorry. I'm just going to get you to the place where there is this cadenza. this, which I'm going to go to the end that I'm. Time to, but the idea is not what was said this morning exactly with Glenn Gould, but Glenn Gould was a good pedagogue on improvising, but here they will improvise in the jazz manner with specific chords that are pretty much dissonant. Okay, dissonant, you see, it means that you're going to feel that it's a little bit off the tune. But in jazz, it doesn't exist to be off the tune and to be off the beat. Everything is integrated into the improvisation. It requires the techniques, that's for sure. But it's not like in classical, in formal music. If you do one wrong note, there's something wrong. You can identify to show to which point we are conditioned. So I also wanted to, in experimental music, to perform what is coming from the tradition and being transgressed by some pianists. And there, here, Abdullah Ibrahim in ancient Africa is doing some sort of everything together. Tradition, transgression, free jazz, and ecstasy. Ecstasy, it does not come from me. It comes from Jules Evans, this English philosopher, rather young, who considers that the loss of control of the self is a work of art. So it's very interesting because himself went through psychedelic adventures and almost went through heavy drugs. And went back to it and had the will to, in philosophy, interrogate what does it mean in terms of creation and expression. So this Ibrahim, okay, I perform this now. So we can think of Keith Jarrett, who, with the Stockholm concert, who was kind of the reference in the 70s. So the obsessional aspect is the modal attitude to give a continuous repetitive pattern to fix up the memory. While you have the memory, you can do whatever you want. And it goes with the pleasure too. So tradition here is just that music is ritornello. It's not me who said that, it's a French philosopher, Gilles Deleuze, says that in music you have ritornelle, something which comes back all the time, which is the case here, and you have the sense of going very fast, like in a house. It's what he says. So, you can listen to that for a long time and you'll be in immersive listening, grasping what I will show after. But just before, the father of the free jazz is Ornette Coleman in the beginning of the 59, 60. And it says a collective improvisation. It means that in jazz you always have to hear what the others say. I mean, it's like everywhere. On stage, you always have to take care about the others. Okay. But that's the very beginning of the jazz, and that was 300 graphics from Cornelius Cardew to be improvised, and this one is specific, so when you have to perform that, and I have a lot of fun with my students, I said, okay, let's take 10 pages of this author and perform them. So it's not improvisation, I agree, but it's what was called before reading. How do you read that? Okay, so yeah, the result of a collaboration between Cardo, the composer, and Cardo, the professional graphic designer. He said interesting things. Yeah, this idea of musical situation. The sound must be an image of the score and not the opposite. This is exactly what we were trying to say, that the machine is not the one who is going to produce the sound. It's the reaction that it's going to make us live as performer once it interacts with us. And it's a little bit the same thing. What matters overall is the contextual consistency. A graphic sign must fit the context as words in a sentence. According to its grammatical position and its meaning, you must select both the correct spot and expression. So I go to visual because I spoke about design a little bit, and I think, yeah. I think if we question improvisation, it's interesting to have the idea that an improvisation, it's a project which is in process, in fact, always in process. So a process, it's easy to figure out how to organize it, and it was said also about the Laban signs that were shown to drive the performers to control, and so it's a little bit the same thing. I will end up, it's okay, if I have to end up, let me show you another piece that about formal composition. I wrote that in the 90s for a violinist called János Negesi from Hungary, who migrated when the country was invaded in 1955 by the Russian. They were there. He went to Paris, then he went to San Diego. First to New York, to San Diego, and I wrote 3 pieces for him, and I designed this score. Basically, it's a huge score with 5 wheels that rotates, and there are signs, and I called it semi-improvisation, because in fact what is interesting in the score is the fact that I drew so the improvisation would be oriented towards the performer, 12 karma characteristics of his own character. And these are rolling, you'll see, they are turning, in fact. Once, it depends on the durations that are here. It could be minutes, seconds, hours, we don't care. But what is very important is that the performer is reacting to the axis 12, and if he reads, for example, fascination for death, he's going to interpret what he sees here differently. And these are just nuances, intensity marks, and some sort of textual flow. So it gives this just a very quick. It is video tested, and it was made in real time when it was performed in 1990 in the media center of UCSD. So the reaction is, just to point out the reaction of the performer to so I think this is the S of the Vahin is love the patient, maybe. So he starts to so this is an idea. I don't have time. Thanks very much for listening to me.
Yes, thank you very much for this extensive exploration of sound, music and improvisation versus composition. I think because we have to move to another performance now, I'm very sorry, we can talk about all this in the discussion tomorrow maybe. And also we can talk with Frank all around, you know, here informally. So let's use 5 minutes to move to balcony theater. And then we continue our stream and presentation there. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.